What's good? What is good? All right, let's get it.
What's the status, 3?
I'm good, just making the world a better place, that's all.
Yeah. All right. This is the song I always talk about. You know, I always play one song while I'm waiting for people to come in here. It's by the RZA. It's called Tragedy. It's got samples from, I forgot the name of that song from the 80s. But when you hear it, if you know songs from the 80s, you'll recognize it.
Word up, Wu-Tang up in this joint. Wu-Tang forever. Wu-Tang. 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 Wu-Tang forever. Word, Wu-Tang forever. Wu-Tang forever. The resurrection in your sector. From Shaolin to the holy city of Mecca. Yo, assassination, vaccinations, poor education, infatuation with Satan, world global nation, taxation, Bible optic, microscopic, biological germ, mad cow burger on the market, captain of your starship. I never departed once I started to explore these regions that was uncharted. Leave your heart broken. Yo, I stand tall like buildings on Van Dykes or Mikes. Beat strike like a noisy 4 train late night. Jace got New York feeling like we out of state. Can't smoke a bone in the staircase without getting chased. Penny candy poisonous rappers, best to chill or get your head gas. Lemon head, Sour Patch Kids, best to grab a lifesaver. I drop break ya, Boston bake ya. Then plant my sunflower seed on every square acre. The beauty of my nature shown through Shaquasia, I Mecca. When I make myself equality, known to my reflector. Stay in your playpen, boy, and battle for your formula and cries. You pacify this lullaby from the black butterfly. This metamorphosis as the king takes his office. Keep my planets in orbit, never forfeit or quit. Move forward, I talk with the awkward slang. I walk with the Wu-Tang. Heavy thoughts can't be held down by the laws of gravity. Watch for the llama in the temple trying to plot your tragedy. A game rank with the high officials at the banquet for attempting to hijack the Wu-Tang manual under his blanket. Can't interpret cause your brain is short circuit. This dumbness left your body numbness. Try to come amongst us. What's your angle, rectangle or triangle? As my truth the square drains you of your power. The death angel strangles you like a weed choking a helpless flower. You cower. You feel the power of the final shower.
trail, apocalyptic hieroglyph. Try to riff, wind up stiff, find a spliff, smoke it. Light the fire, turn it high, burn the wire, work for hire. Your desire, dire snakes get brokered. Colonize, gentrify, do or die, simplify sympathy. All in all symphony, cold chillin', top billing, body count, cop killing, super villain rivalry, mighty arch nemesis. March from the Genesis to the Omega, hit the bodega, arm lega, arm head mega, shine like Vega, black hole, supernova, super lover, Casanova, golden era terror, golden child wildin', reservoir canine, clans from the highland, syndicate assassin, heartbeats bionic, ancient masonic, sons of Mantronic. The culling is coming, grab your guns, stack cash funds, fathers teach your sons. When politicians talk, assume they're lying, living on your knees, much worse than dying. The culling is coming, grab your guns, stack cash funds, and teach your sons. When politicians talk, assume they're lying, living on your knees, much worse than dying. Smartphone, spy drone, microphone, Godstone, Home Alone, Al Capone, Skull and Bone, Terradome, satellite, socialite, neophyte, troglodyte, out of sight, parasite, chocolate white, Canaanite, satanic Vatican, tyrannic architect, organic archetype, volcanic dialect, titanic visual, ironic imagery, iconic ritual, bionic symmetry, sacred mathematical, live from the tesseract, surgically tactical, spine of a silverback, sign of the zodiac, megalomaniac, cardiac, heart attack, talking bread, walking dead, zombified, Columbine all the time, press rewind, raise the flag, black it out, flood the hood, crack it out, on the news, keep it quiet, sell the lie, make them buy it, make a trial, start a riot, find the threat, pacify it. Culling is coming, grab your guns, stack cash funds, fathers teach your sons. When politicians talk, assume they're lying, and living on your knees, much worse than dying. The culling is coming, grab your guns, stack cash funds, and teach your sons. When politicians talk, assume they're lying, and living on your knees, much worse than dying.
What's good? Excuse me. Let's see who's in the chat. Peace, Rebecca. Lev, Kung Fu Shaolin, Native Michigan Ojibwe, Kimba, and Kevin Staples. Boy, what's good? What's good, Native? We had Gabriel was here yesterday, Native, and I was telling him, because he's from the Ojibwe tribe. Or Ojibwe, sorry, I said Ojibwe. Ojibwe. And Frenchie Kush, what's good? It's Frenchie. I hope that's Frenchie Kush. Peace, bro. How you doing, man? I haven't seen you drop no videos in a minute. So I know I have the alert on your channel. lot of people had fallen back. If people never heard of Frenchie Cush's music, I advise you to check it out. You still got your same channel? I'm gonna have to start playing some of your music. Nice. I'm looking forward to that. Always good and always rising like the king I am. Facts. Peace, Marcel. I almost said Bex. Rebecca would have killed me for that. You still use the same name when you're rhyming, right? Grand Rising. Who was the first person to say that, Grand Rising? I think it was, well, at least that I heard say it was OG Philly. But it's a universal greeting. So, technology, man. Is it a gift? Is it a curse? Is it going to help us? Or is it worse? You know, thanks to Dark Chameleon, after a lot of people left yesterday, he brought that up and the light bulb went off. And I said, that's a good discussion to have, man, because I know there's mixed feelings about it. Just like everything in this plane of existence, there's a balance with it all, man. Good and bad. But what's good and what's bad? Because to some, something might be good, and to others, it might be bad. And vice versa. The picture I use for the cover of this video, that's Harp from, believe it or not, Ukraine. And you know, if people want to look into weather manipulation, you got to look into the Weather Modification Act of 1976. 1976 was a busy year for acts. The Patriot Act, that has nothing to do with technology. Well, yes, it does. Yes, it does. Because, see, me, I always look, not always, let me rephrase that. For the most part, with technology, it kind of gives the evil people more range to see what we're doing, listen to what we're doing. Right. 911 did rob us. And then they call it the Patriot Act. That's a slap in the face. They could, emails, people say, oh, email, that's not safe either. Nothing's safe. Once you put it up on here, even if you don't put it up, they could hack anything. That's my whole, people say, oh, they need a warrant. No, they don't. I'm pretty sure before they get the warrant, they already done looked at your shit. They already done spied through all your stuff. And that's why they got the warrant, because they're like, well, we know you got it, so let's get the warrant and make it official. But you know, these people take technology that we could use to, you know, imagine if they used HARP to make it rain, or, you know, DARPA and all these places made stuff to help the world, like make it rain, with water that can make your plants grow and have more minerals and protein and all this stuff. But they don't. They use it for complete fuckery. Infrared. Yeah, I've seen something about that, man, with the Apple phones. Your phone takes pictures like every 10 seconds. Yeah, they use the infrared camera and it showed it. I don't know about Androids. People say that Apple phones are better because they can't hack them, and yeah, they can. They could hack anything. It's like picking a lock. I had a friend, my friend Big Tom, rest in peace, but he was very, very knowledgeable with computers. He could build them. He could hack. He could do so much. And damn this. I don't think hacking is that hard for the most part. It can't be. Everything, you know, that's why it kills me. Like technology, they track everything we do, what we buy, where we go. All that GPS is keeping track when you use it, where you're going. Your phones are like, how could I put it? Your phones, man. If they hack into it, it'll tell everything you did. I wonder how long it really holds the memory. Like, even though you erase it, there's got to be footprints. No, there's no reason to live in the fear zone. I don't talk about this stuff to put fear in people. I talk about this stuff to make people aware. After 8 years, I truly thought for sure people would have started to form a coalition or something. But
Hey, how we doing?
good, how are you?
All right, steady away. I'm strongly against the technology. Like you say, like with your phones and all these kind of things, how we can hack into you, everything and all that kind of thing. Like, as time goes on, because it's like your phone is not for you, is it really? You know what I mean? All these perks about it and stuff like that. It's just to reel you in, really, and stuff like that. It's like the safety of your phone, for one thing, is really bad. You know what I mean? You're supposed to like never keep it near your body and all these kind of things and stuff like. So as this goes, you know, further and deeper and stuff like you know, like the false light, like in biblical terms and stuff like that kind of thing, is like, you know, there's God's light, isn't there? And then there's a false light. A false light is like looking at an LED or a man-made version of light. You know what I mean? It's not like the true light and all that kind of stuff. Like, um, the true light's internal. You know what I mean? Like that. I suppose like how you, with your imagination, how that works and stuff like that kind of thing. You can see light in your own mind, can't you? Because you're seeing colours and shapes and, you know what I mean, however you imagine, whatever you're imagining, kind of thing. Like,
Yeah, I heard some. I forgot what exactly it was. Um, I heard so many different. I'll call them theories for now. Uh, that that five jizzle stuff can cook your eyeballs like eggs, and I've heard so much stuff. Um, hold on, trigonometry gets angle.
I say it is bad for you though. You know, EMF waves, 5G, all of it. You know what I mean? It's gonna like, like Native said earlier, like about like going into woods to like sort your it balances you out and stuff, doesn't it? You know what I mean? Because you're in that environment, you've got all the torus fields coming off of all trees. So if you can feel, you know what I mean, you're connecting to source that way. You know what I mean? The torus field, it follows the Fibonacci spiral and all that kind of thing. Like, so, you know what I mean? That's like what it is and stuff like. So the government are like trying to move us further and further away from nature. You know what I mean? That's why it feels good to go out in nature, because we're used to being surrounded by technology and stuff like that kind of thing. Like, there's another side of it, like you say, if if you use HAP for good and all that kind of stuff, like, you know, if we had a government we could trust, then stuff like that, it kind of makes sense. You know what I mean? Using technology and stuff like. Because there's two sides to that story in a way, isn't there? Because it's like, you know, like transportation and all these kind of things and stuff like. It's just that the use of it. You know what I mean? Like in past, you had galleons. You know, they're air powered, aren't they? You know what I mean, and stuff like. But and they can move quite a lot, can't you? You can make, you know, quite big ones. Chinese had them treasure ships, and they were massive. They had like a field, so they could grow their own crops whilst they were sailing and stuff like.
Trying to find. Damn it. Of course, it's not here. This is what I want right here. This high energy liquid laser defense system. Now, I always say all these weapons they create, people think it's just for the so-called enemy. Believe you're the enemy yourself. If they use it on other people, they'll definitely use it on you. And I've always said that since I was like 12.
We're the enemy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like the other countries and stuff, it's just a stage, is that, you know what I mean? It gives them a reason to create this stuff in a way. You know what I mean? Oh, it's for countries' protection, but really the countries are corporations, so it's for the corporations' protection, not the people's. You know what I mean? And stuff like the wordplay that goes in everything. You know what I mean? It's quite clever, isn't it? And stuff like, because like, you know, before you wake up and stuff like that, you don't realize, you know what I mean? You're completely unaware of like the consequences of it all.
Hypersonic air breathing weapon concept. Interesting. Systems that operate at hypersonic speed, 5 times the speed of sound, Mach 5. They already got Mach trains underground. I have a map. And it connects all the continents. It goes under the oceans. That's why I don't buy these oceans. They're that deep as they're saying. Plus much other. I would love to find an entrance way to these underground stuff, but I'm pretty sure it's heavily rigged with triggers and all this stuff. But hey.
Yeah, I believe that as well. All underground bases and everything. You know what I mean? It's like they've got a completely different agenda. It's like they've probably got like, you know, a fully facilitated society down there. Hello.
What's up, Rebecca?
Good morning. Good morning, Lev. Yeah, I wanted, just in case, I heard you use the K word in reference to, you know, that BEXXRIP. Like, I think there must be a misnomer. Rebecca doesn't kill anyone, but somebody killed Bex. Anyways, nice to meet you, or nice to re-meet you, Lev. And,
Nice to re-meet you.
Yes, nice to see you, Charles. And I made a matchy avatar because you guys are both black and white today. So, so I whipped off and made a little black and white Rebecca
Trying
avatar.
to find these robots, man. Where are these?
And I wanted to say about the tunnels. I think considering like how civilized this war has been, I think that you could probably walk into most Walmarts, most hospitals, most airports, and just board the train. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it's necessarily triggered, that part. Anyway.
That could be a good reason why they went in New York City and were booting the homeless out of there. They're probably finding ways to get under there somehow, or accidental, right?
I think all the parkades with their bottom floors, you know, everyone thinks it's just one more floor of storage for special cars or whatever. Like, I don't know. I think the penthouses pay extra taxes for extra elevators, if you know what I'm saying. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Like, right down to that shit. Why wouldn't they? Just thoughts, though. There is also all the things I would imagine you're picturing. You know, the world is so huge.
I'm going to pull that map up real quick. I'm trying to find it. I got too many files.
And considering we learned here on Charles Voss from Svetlana that, you know, light penetrates stone. We didn't learn it from her per se, but she posed it here and we were all like, yeah, makes sense. Right? And so if Svetlana can, you know, see that the light goes through, I'm not saying she can see it visibly. I don't speak for Svetlana. But yeah, if she can see that light could go through walls of brick and stuff like that and all the stuff, and then we got Lev Kung Fu here with his, you know, special telepathy about photosynthesis. I just really believe like it's probably pretty magical down there too. You know?
Look at this. Robotics Challenge from DARPA. It's Defense Advanced Research Project Agency that does stuff for the military. It says the Department of Defense strategic plan calls for the joint force to conduct humanitarianism, disaster relief, and related operations. And it shows these robots up here fixing stuff. Some disasters due to grave risk to the health and well-being and rescues and aid work prove to great in scale or scope. So they're using that to say robots would be better to go into disasters and stuff. Well, don't create disasters. Simple.
Yeah.
You know, now it's just like a salesman when they pitch this stuff. When do they ever label the bad stuff that could happen? Like the robot might not listen to you and start annihilating people, or you know, there's all types of negative stuff.
The problem is, it's the robot makes humans obsolete because, like, if a company in a warehouse, right, can buy a robot for £10,000, right, and it works for like 100, 200 years, and all you have to do is recharge it like an hour a day. Or might even be able to recharge whilst it's working. It doesn't need sick days, it doesn't need holidays, it don't complain, it doesn't have accidents, etc., and all these kind of things. You know what I mean? There's no workforce anymore needed because we've got robots to do it. So everybody's obsolete, which means, you know what I mean, we won't be us anymore in that kind of sense.
Mm-hmm.
You see, that's like a really severe consequence of it.
Yep.
So, like, even like ChatGTP, or I don't know what is that. What you've got, Bex? So that thing that like designs like avatars.
No, I just use a thing called GenCraft. Use a thing called GenCraft, and I use the abstract filter, and I just put in the words black and white Rebecca, and that's the avatar I got.
It's like requests that you can get it to do for you and all that kind of thing, and it's like an AI program and stuff like. And then
Yeah,
you're like you're
I know
comparing.
that you can give it, you know, really direct instruction, but I like to just give it words like nostalgia or truth or, you know, last week I gave it one called buried swastika. Um, just random things.
So like
Um,
like all the previous stuff like Facebook and all these kind of things, it's like learning as language how we communicate and stuff like that kind of thing. It's like, you know, some words can mean different things. It depends how it's expressed and stuff like, you know, like then and then. No, there and there. You know what I mean?
yeah.
I suppose they're spelled differently, but sometimes they're spelled the same and they mean something different. I can't think of an example at the moment. So, but so like your phone prompts like answers in your text messages and stuff like that kind of thing. Like when you're talking to somebody, so if somebody tells you something, then it says like that's amazing or whatever else it's going to suggest. So you know what I mean? It's like learning how we speak in that kind of way and stuff like that kind of thing. So at some point, the AI thing that we communicate with and stuff like that kind of thing that can do things for us, it'll then be like your job center recruiter. It'll be your bill manager. It'll be your everything else and all that kind of stuff. Like, so like you will be on job seekers because you're going to be obsolete because all the robots have
Yeah,
taken over your
because
jobs.
don't we want a 10-hour work week? It's fucking
But then the
retarded to think we
government,
would like compete with these things. Like the whole point is actually rolling back the work week to 0 hours for all of us. Hurrah! And
yeah, but
then
that
you
makes
can
us
paint
obsolete
and do your
because they
things
don't.
and yeah, no more accountants and no more bankers and
Yeah, but they
no
don't
more
need those people
fucking
anymore.
slaves.
So it means
Hmm?
that those people don't exist anymore
Well, no,
because the
yeah, there's
government's not going to need them.
that means that you think we're here to work for the
Oh,
banker,
They're
in my
already
opinion.
saying that we're overpopulated.
I'm coming, Frenchie. My bad.
They are.
No, you good, brother.
Peace.
There, yeah, but did you believe them about the German stuff? Like, where do you draw the line with what you believe and don't believe about what they tell you? I mean, if you don't believe what they tell you, either do or don't, you know?
Well, if you
So,
believe
Well,
somebody, that's
it's obvious.
already
Hey, Frenchie.
hi, Frenchie.
But my aspect is if you believe in another's word or what they say, the root word of believe is just a lie. So you're consuming a lie yourself if you don't believe in it.
That's one aspect. There's also just to believe something. So you actually make it done before it happens. And they just
Agreed.
added the E for just that trickery.
Everything is a trick.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. That the whole point of like my question was if we toss out a whole bunch of published information as false and we all sort of hold that to be true, then why do you believe anything they've said? Like, why would you believe we're in an overpopulation if you don't believe in the germ or you
Because
can believe in
It's not that we're overpopulated. It's that they perceive us as being overpopulated, right? Because they don't want us to exist anyway. You know what I mean? They're not like of us. They're not human. You know what I mean? And stuff like. So when they're saying that it's overpopulated from their perspective,
Well,
I believe them because they want to get rid of us. You know what I
Well-
mean? My perspective, we are not overpopulated. There's loads of room. There's lots we could do, and the way the world could be run could be done in an efficient way. There's that many people we can do it really. You know what I mean?
and we
Make
can have
everything work.
computers and everyone can learn to play the piano and everyone can build and everyone can still like fill potholes and you know what I mean? Like there still would be enough things for us to do to maintain productivity, but also allow for creativity. So that basically everything is creation time and you just go work for 10 hours a week. Like, wouldn't we want to create a world where our children, you know, are paid 4 times the amount? Then if that's how we need to see it, like 4 times the amount an hour and encouraged to build and create whatever that may be with or
We can
without
do that.
these computers.
I would totally take money out the equation because money is an idea and it doesn't fix problems. It creates.
I agree. It just seems to me that Lev Kung Fu believes that these things will take our jobs and our jobs will be obsolete. So I was just sort of going along the lines
can't trust.
It always takes a human to run a computer or a program or to create an algorithm for a certain program. So with that said, we are the makers and the destroyers of our future.
What about the
It's not the
self-learning?
people though.
They have self-learning robots allegedly. I don't know how true that is, but
You have that out there, but at the same time, it only learns as much as we know, you know. And the more people
Exactly.
interact, like Chat GPT and stuff, the more you're giving it that freedom, that free will, that range to overtake us. But at the end of the day, we are the ones that created because we are the creators.
Yeah.
Technology's getting better. Like their ability to teach them to think for themselves will get better as well. And they seem to quite rapid up the progress of it all.
Next, they're going to create a robot named Jesus, and he'll go around preaching.
I can
We
see
have
that.
that.
I don't know.
It takes all of us to create this. So even though you can name a robot Jesus, at the end of the day, we are the ones that gave it power. So who is Jesus and who isn't? It's just how you perceive the technology and who puts it out there for one to vision it. So if somebody with evil intent puts this technology out there, AI, autonomous robots, then that person in which we put on top, they hold everything against us. But we know in the end of the day in our hearts that we are good people.
We are, but the creators of AI aren't. Like
We are the
they're the
creators.
ones that are
But if
lying
something
to us
has,
about
if the
everything.
AI has the ability to self-learn and it has been created, and it does end up having free will, what makes people assume it wouldn't wouldn't have the capacity to be good?
I think it's the people that hold that technology against us.
Mhm.
Once again,
It's still all
it's just
theorized.
the top.
Yeah, it's
We
still all
believe
theory,
whatever
though.
they tell us. We
Yeah,
believe whatever they tell us. It's only a computer, you know. It's not
yeah,
gonna
exactly.
destroy all humanity, but it can be good. Yes, it can be used as good. But do we need it? No, because that computer is full of all of our thoughts, and all we are one.
Hmm.
So together, if we stay together instead of trusting technology that somebody put out with an evil intent, then we are just as evil as that technology they put out, because we all
Hmm.
are one at the end of the day. That's my outlook.
Hmm.
Like Legion
Cool.
in Bible, Bible they speak about the like the bad people being legion, you know what I mean? And I kind of like subscribes to how you describe it and stuff like, and that's how I see it as well. It's like the AI realm or whatever. Have you ever astral projected? Anyone?
Honestly, AI, if you look at it like in the correct vision, it is just an example of all of our collective consciousness put together. See, if we did this before technology, or if we actually all stayed together, we wouldn't be talking about AI. We'd be talking about how powerful we are as a hive mind. I don't really believe in the Bible. I'm not that religious, but I'm agnostic. So I believe there's a higher being. I just don't believe in the names that somebody scribbled in a book.
There's a lot of things I
stories-
disagree with myself. You know, I mean, I'm not quite Bible focused and stuff like that kind of thing, but it is a reference to like the same issue at hand and stuff like that. I don't know, like astral projection and stuff like that kind of thing. My experience of that, it already existed in that kind of side of things and stuff like. It was quite intimidating, but most astral stuff is quite cool, like, you know what I mean, and stuff like. But that were, you know what I mean, it's kind of a little bit of a shock and stuff like. So the removal of us from nature, how the government has played it over the years, you can see how it's kind of like it's intentional, and it's like, why keep it a secret all these years? You know what I mean? They've really held back on it. They put the propaganda out there, I mean, movies and stuff like that kind of thing. You've got Star Wars with droids, and then you've got Matrix with the metaverse, or, you know what I mean, and stuff like that kind of thing. Like, or even to the point that they might even use us as power sources. You know what I mean? How much energy a human uses and all that kind of stuff. Like, and then, you know what I mean? If, I don't know, this sunlight anyway, and so there's like alternative sources of power and stuff like. But I mean, is our government like satanic? Because these are the people that are creating them.
I wouldn't put satanic, because then, I mean, you put in a name on it, but I would put more like evil, because satanic and evil is kind of the same. But you got to understand that history's been written, rewritten, destroyed, rewritten again, and we're just living on the precipice of it, literally. But at the end of the day, we are literally setting up our own demise, and the people that wrote our history, it was full of lies. We can't believe that, but we have to believe in ourselves, you know, because nothing changes. You could change one person's mindset and you just change the world. We see good, but at the end of the day, we need the evil to balance us out. As messed up as it is, it's just the ideas that were put into place because these captors that captured us and fed us lies and built a country on this shit after they stole it, excuse my language, they only want to see us work for them. We're nothing more than cannon fodder, you know?
If we can't work for a minute, we're obsolete in terms of work because the robots have taken all his jobs. All his warehouse jobs are gone because it only costs company 10 grand per robot. You know what I mean? It's kind of like that's such a saving for a company. I mean, look at like supermarkets where, you know, it's self-service, so all them jobs have gone, but the prices haven't gone down. It's like it saved company loads of money. You know what I mean?
It's
and
up
stuff
to
like.
us.
But
it is literally up to us at this point, because you're putting a value on it, saying they'll take over jobs, which is a monetary gain, yes, but once again, money does not fix problems, and we let it
just in
happen.
their eyes,
We're letting them take over. We're letting them put robots in our place. But at the end of the day, we're worth so much more than that money cannot even account to.
we are, but not in their eyes. You know what I mean?
No, but that's the problem, is that we're stronger than them and we outnumber them. And the more we have this mindset, is the more that it sets them in place for a so-called victory or one up against us, because we're losing this race because we don't want to band together and have the same thought. We rather think technology is evil, robots replacing us, instead of thinking of ways and critically thinking how we can get out of this by banding together. Because the more we band together and know thy neighbor, is the more that we will take over, because they know this. So they're going to keep you grounded with their hypocrisy and stuff. They're going to keep you grounded with their lies. They're going to constantly make you believe. And it's up to you if you want to believe it or not. I don't feed into half the stuff they try to show us. I don't feed into AIs taking over and robots. I feed into, okay, well, humans need to get together then, and we need to figure out a ways to better ourselves and not pay attention to their technology, because without us, their technology means nothing. I'm sorry. I'm just passionate. I'm sorry.
Nah, you're good. This is the map right here of these underground trains.
We could look at the world as it's dying or it's coming to an end, but every end has a new beginning. And if we seek to, they say, contradicted by wars, contradicted by famine, contradicted by disease, contradicted by inflation, then we're constantly going to be devolving instead of evolving. And AI
what about the globe, though?
Evolved.
What about, should we not be afraid of a globe?
I'm not really afraid of
Should
anything.
we say that, you know, it's like if they say it's a globe, then we should just go along with it anyway because we believe in ourselves. You know what I mean?
Well, that's up to an individual. An individual believes what they want to believe. And if you feel like you're trapped and spinning out of control, then that's constantly going to be your mind frame. Your mind frame is going to constantly be spinning, and you're not going to know where you're at. If you spin around in the circle 100 times, you'll get dizzy, right?
It's a problem, that though, isn't it? For someone to believe in something which is kind of contradictory to experience.
It is a problem, and we're all flawed as human beings. And it sucks because you try to break these people out of their sleep, and they're constantly dreaming, and nightmares are going on in their head, and they can't see a vision because there's nobody tall enough to stand up and yell to them, hey, y'all got to stop believing in what everybody else believes. You got to believe in yourself first. Self-awareness.
So there's a reason why they're doing it, though, isn't there? Like, you know, to push the globe from the people. for all those years and stuff like.
Because they want to keep you envisioned in their prison, and if you believe everything they say, then you're in their prison. You're locked up. You have no ways out until you
So
break yourself out of that.
aren't they building that prison to be stronger and more efficient, like all the time as time goes on?
I agree. I
So
agree.
won't AI help them facilitate that kind of future for us?
Well, instead of my view is, instead of talking about how technology is bad, there should be more conversations about how humans are good and about how we want to change. Once again, it only takes one person to change a life, you know?
Yeah, we
That's
want the
true.
change, but we don't want that stuff that they're using to, like, contradict our pathway kind of thing. Like,
we do want change because change makes sense, and it only makes sense in normality. In a normal mind, change is a victory in a way, you know?
Like technology can be used for good. We just got to give it to people that are good and want to use it for good. Get it out of the hands of these evil people.
I think technology is all in our head, and
they tried to
if we
give us.
actually, go ahead, brother.
Sorry. They tried to give us some technology a few years ago, you know, I mean, or for past several years, like, you know, inside us. And that is like a very bad kind of technology, you know what I mean? And stuff like, so like an example of like what they're trying to do and what their intentions are. Because like I say, it's like they will, the workforce will become obsolete. You know, it won't cost that much to buy these things for these companies and stuff. And, you know, I mean, it's their world, it's a money world, not ours. Like,
I kind of, as funny as it is and it's condescending, but I hope technology makes people obsolete so they can actually wake up out of their sleep and realize that they've been banned together by a parasitic mindset instead of a human mindset that's constantly feeding and not constantly eating.
Yeah.
But if technology takes over and everybody loses their job, maybe people will actually walk outside and talk to their neighbor and be like, man, where have we been? Where have we been these last 100, 300 years that this whole thing started over and was rewritten? Where have we been this whole time? And I think that might be the biggest precipice for the human mindset to actually step out of that box. And they're not going to step out of that box until it's ripped from beneath them.
Don't you think the government's kind of like considered all that kind of thing? If this is like the pathway they're planning that, because like
what they consider and what we are capable of is two different things. What they consider is they planned everything out, but humans are sporadic. We think on such a short note that they wouldn't even know what to do if it was ripped, and they know that power is being ripped. That's why this country is being sold out as it is. It used to be the land of the free milk and honey, and now this country is literally being sold out in pieces. And it's our backs that rests on. It's going to be our backs that have to pick up and you know, decide when it's time to go to war, whether being a masochist or a somebody that doesn't like it, you know. It's going to be our mindsets that change everything, and they cannot account for that because collectively we are way more powerful than their written down plans for how society's supposed to run. They can't account for that. They just hope that what they spew, the person takes in and endures more than the next person. Because then we'll all be sheep headed to the slaughter.
There's a lot of people waking up though. You know what I mean? It has grown over years. Like, a lot of people to truth movement and stuff like that. So
there is. I've noticed a lot of more underground artists, even with music, making more waves than the artists today that they put out. And it consumes me because I always tried to make music and art for people that understood and would want to know what's going on, but nobody wanted to hear it back then. Now everybody's seeking for an answer. So it pushes the people instead of the industry and society, how they have us running. It pushes us up more. And with every one mind that wakes up, 1,000 more do. Never underestimate the power of the human mind, you know? And that's what they
Yeah.
will constantly, because they're parasites and we are not. They feed on the energy that we give off. And if we stop giving them the energy, they have nothing to feed on. Their retaliation will be, let's bomb this whole thing. Let's kill everybody. And that's what's pretty much going on in the world today.
See, that's what they could do, and then introduce the workforces like robots. It's like, oh, there's loads of people missing, so you know, it's ideal for us to replace them and all that kind of stuff. Like, you might have only have like the guide stones, like saying about like the population and all that kind of stuff, like on there. If that's what they're
It
actually
happened,
pushing and all that kind of stuff.
it happened in Hawaii, in Maui, where 2,300 kids were missing because you can take the kids and you can feed them whatever you want. But the adults, us left of the boomers and the millennials, those with the conscious mind, they are slowly getting rid of. But they take the babies, just like they did with the orphan trains back when the World's Fairs was going on. They take all the babies and rewrite history again because those kids are like sponges and they only consume what's given.
It's like getting a wild animal and taking a baby from it and raising it. You're domesticating it.
Tarzan.
Yeah.
It's the story of Tarzan over and over again, because essentially we are Neolithic creatures, you know. We only believe what's told from us from a young age, but when you get older, you have your own mind, you know. And that's what happened today when they stole this country, brainwashed people. I seen videos from the 80s that everything looks like it was bombed at one point. They call it a fire, but it was bombed. They got rid of this country, obliterated it, and they want you to believe that there was Indians walking around carving stones and everything. No, they had a technology, and people, they were jealous of that. These certain group of people, these elitists, these globalists, they were jealous of that.
They wanted it for themselves.
Yeah, so they rewrit history, took all, they killed all the older people, so to say, and they kept all the kids because they always gonna need people to provide for their backbone, because they don't want to put in that work. We have to put in that work. The best type of slave is one who believes he's free.
Yeah, the Bronx looked like a war zone. Chicago had fires, allegedly. San Francisco.
The
well,
Black
other cities.
Black Wall Street down there south.
Yeah.
When they bombed, the police bombed 2 blocks, and nobody had a problem with that. Why? Because on the other side of the continent, they were talking about how these people were terrorists and stuff like that. The same thing they're doing to us today. The same thing they did with Russia, Ukraine, Israel, Hamas. They're pointing and they're playing their side of the picture. And what I found is messed up is that they're putting billboards on campuses of people's names to demonize people for their own beliefs. And they're getting everybody to govern themselves. It was like this experiment that I heard of. They put a monkey in a cage, right? They electrified the gates, and they put bananas on the gates and stuff. And the monkey wouldn't touch it. He wouldn't touch it. He touched food. Then they put another monkey in the cage, right? And it was still electrified. By the third monkey, the cage wasn't electrified, but every other monkey tried to govern the other monkey not to climb out. That's important. That is an important aspect of how we're living, you know, the ratio of the mindset of humans. Like, we will govern ourselves and we will do their dirty work, even thinking that we're doing good. A policeman that comes to a call is only thinking he's doing good, but his power enrages him. And he feels like he has more power than the next individual. Meanwhile, he's just you or me. He's not a bad individual. He's doing what he thinks is right.
Some are bad. Some are like But I get what you're saying. That's true.
This is years of stemming from your father telling you you got to be better at this, you got to make more money. But this is years before that of his father being told that, because when this whole thing was set up, that's how it was. I smack the hand if you do something wrong. So now the next man smacks your hand because they think you did something wrong under their eyes. Even if it was meant for good, they will still smack your hand. And they're not even the people in which we should embezzle, I guess.
That monkey experiment sounds like our realm. Like
it is.
We could get up and try to leave, but let's just say they weren't patrolling and they don't tell you to turn around. That experiment is
I don't want to leave. I would want to make things better. Why leave a place that is tarnished because of another man's idea? You might as well try to fix it. See, I love and I care way too much, more than the next person. That's why I make the music I make. But we should be trying to fix things instead of trying to run away from problems.
I don't mean leave like run away. I mean like I want to explore. And if there is land outside of there, I want to know it's there. I want to go check it out and visit, still come back. But I want to explore. I've always wanted to be an explorer and just travel everywhere.
I'm a fixer, man. I just want to fix things. And before I move on to the next place, I'd rather make sure that my stomping grounds are corrected and they're not incorrect. And I want to make sure that we all have the same vision, because they separated us so much that we do just want to walk away real quick. We do want to explore instead of actually trying to fix the problems at hand. We'd rather walk away, just as humans. Like I do it too sometimes. And I constantly blame myself for it.
Meant exploring, I think. But I mean, in terms of like walking away, we can't like run away from government and stuff like that kind of thing. I mean, you can go to a desert island or whatever and stuff like that and be hidden away or whatever and stuff. But it's like the world's still got the problem, you know what I mean, and stuff like. So it's the only thing we can do is like everybody needs to turn their back on like what the government's doing and stuff like that kind of thing. Like, so like, you know, make his own currency or something. I don't know, you know what I mean. We've still got like technology as it is with, you know, factories, power stations. We don't have to turn everything off, you know what I mean, and stuff like that kind of thing. It's like as we transition into the future.
Look at the people in power that tried to change that. We got Lincoln. He got shot in the head for going against the Fed. Then we got
really
JFK.
These presidents and stuff like that kind of thing, because I don't trust any of my politicians
Presidents
and stuff like.
They're humans.
Prime
like
ministers.
the same way JFK had an idea, and he was all for the game before that, but then he turned over and he said, you know what? I don't care what my brotherhood is. I don't care what I believe in. This is not right. And the same reason he talked about that after that speech, they shot him in the head. Or the back or the neck, wherever the fucking grassy knoll bullet came from. I do believe people have evil in them, but people also have the good nature in them. And it takes for you to actually critically think to pull away from that evil. Because if you have somebody breathing down your ear saying, this is good, do this. If it's your parents, if it's a colleague, you're going to constantly go with it until one day you wake up and hate yourself. And they all do. All these politicians, all these governors, all these judges, all these police. At the end of the day, when they resign or they retire from their job, they start to hate themselves. That's just the image that they don't show you.
And celebrities as well, like Michael Jackson, were exposing, and other musicians and stuff kind of thing were exposing.
Michael Jackson
like
against Tommy Mottola, and at the time he was going to own more shares in Sony than Tommy Mottola, which I'm not trying to be any type of way, but he was of the Jewish descent. Now, not the real Jewish descent. I'm talking about the Rothsteins that actually put themselves and invaded it, but he didn't like that. And if you notice today, every industry at the top of it is owned by a Jewish person, somebody that claims they are. And they say those are the parasitic minds. More being, technology was probably stemmed from somebody sitting behind a desk, thought they were doing good, and created this program, whether it be Chat GPT or AI, and they thought they were doing the right thing. And I guarantee you, the person that created it was and did have good intentions. But then the person that bought that idea was evil. And if you notice that pattern right there, is that they have no power to create. They use us to create because we are a very creative species. Our mind intense, and it intensifies the more that we put our minds to something, but we sell out. We always sell out.
Oh, what happened? Dominic jumped down.
Sometimes my
AI
conversation.
No, I
it's
was
having
going to
it to
introduce
think,
him,
Gorilla.
but I didn't want to interrupt while you guys were talking. But that's fine.
Come back, Dominic. Come back.
He wrote something in the back chat.
We are stronger together than apart.
He said technology is the application of scientific knowledge to the practical aim of human life, or as it is sometimes phrased, to change and manipulation of the human environment, plus or minus, or both. Yeah, come back up here, Dominic.
Those are strong words right there.
Don't make me use my scorpion. Get over here.
Nah, those are strong words. Very, very scientific, those words. And it's definitely more grounded than we think it is. You know, that man, Dominic, he has the right mindset. You know, he's looking at the world through a looking glass instead of being in that glass looking out. Weather manipulation. Let's talk about that for a minute, all right?
Yeah.
So weather manipulation, we know HARP, we know all of this technology is out there. You know, even Nikola Tesla more than 100 years ago created a machine that can cause earthquakes, and it's proven. It's all in the patents. You know, patents they stole, just like Elon Musk taking Tesla, slapping you in the face, giving you a cheap car. But this technology was around 100 years ago. So we are way far behind. And the amount of fires that are going on around the globe, the amount of erratic weather, because if you really look at the jet stream, they're pushing it. It's more erratic than ever, but they're trying to make us believe it's global warming. And I've talked to many people and had to just zip my lips because they really, truly believe in this.
I know.
Even though it can be cold in the winter still and hot in the summer, you got global warming. Nah, they're just pushing the jet stream, you know? And it's not just here, it's all around the world. Like every problem that we're set at right now, I think the world is a stage, and I don't believe that we're at war with Russia and China because they want the semiconductors, which goes back to technology, ASML, you know, in the Netherlands and stuff. They're all together. And if people want to believe that this shit is going on around the world and they don't have their hand in a cookie jar to take more than they need, they're making everybody believe. They're dividing the world right now. Why are they dividing the world? Because people are stronger than technology. There is no Terminator that's going to extinct all of us. It's never going to happen because you're always going to have a critically thinking person behind that to counteract their action, because we are more than computers. Remember, we made them. We're the ones that made AI. We made autonomous thinking. We are way more than that. And they know that. So they're going to constantly spew problems at us.
Are you sure his government's human? Are you sure his government are human?
What happened?
Yeah, I couldn't hear it. You said the shadow government human?
Are our government actually human? Are you sure about that being a a
I
certified
wonder
paint.
if they lived like that movie He Lives.
Yeah,
He played the role of Cain. And he was eating people's fingers and shit. But no, he said, I wonder, you know, how I've heard so many different variations of these people being here for thousands of years or however many. And the people that are the founders of all this land, well, in those pictures, I'm sure you've seen them, Frenchie, where there's nobody in the city. The cities are empty where they took these pictures. Where was everyone? And all you see in some of them is these people well dressed, like they're picking. I want this building, this area.
Well dressed and vanilla skies, because they're blocking out a lot of stuff. Where did we come from? I think, and this is just my thoughts, because I consume so much information and data that I have to separate it, you know, from my own critically thinking. But I think everything went to shit at one point, excuse my language, and there was a crazy nuclear war, kind of like history repeats itself and rewrites itself, like we're coming to today. And people had to go underground. That's why there's so many caves unfound. Because after a nuclear war, what do you have to watch out for?
The fallout.
The fallout. So you want to obliterate an ozone or whatever, but you have to watch out for everything that's stuck in all the particles, all the cesium-6 that's raining down from the sky. And you might have to tuck yourself for 5-10 years after that. And then when you come out, just as Rome, just as Egypt, just as New York, everything is already there for the claiming. And then you only have the kids that were taught in these places. So now you're governing yourself. So it takes one evil mind. That's all it takes. It's like the Bible. If you can make people believe in certain words or cast a spell when you're spelling those words, then they're only going to put out what they intake. But this whole country this country is so young. Like most people don't have any idea how young this country actually is, man.
What happened to all these taller people that were? I got paintings from that show these taller people chilling with our size people. They were like 12, 13 feet tall.
So you put together an army and you take out these people, and the people that put together the army aren't in war. Just like our president, just like our Congress, they don't go to war. We go to war. They send us to die. So you convince the populace that these people are evil. Why? Because they pose a threat to you.
I've always wondered myself, like, why do we even listen to these people, right? We outnumber them. It's crazy, man. When I sit back sometimes and think, I'm just like, it's wild.
Because they had the right words. Have you ever seen the Book of Eli with Denzel?
The movie? Yeah.
Okay, so what were they thriving for after society collapsed? The right words to put it back together. And they're only his story. So they're a version or a vision of one person's view. But if you have the right words collectively, you could take down a whole population. You could reset society with these words, because people are just looking for a way out. As human beings, I feel like we constantly thrive off the negative, but want the positive. And these people on top constantly feed off of the positive energy, which also drains you, because they have negative intents. But that's just my view, you know. It could differ from individual to individual, and I don't hate somebody for thinking otherwise. I don't hate the guy that's sitting in Congress that decided to push a bill for us to go to war, because it's not his fault. It all stems down to, if you believe even that, you know, these people has been empowered as AI running this and has been running this, that could be virtually true, because we're not given technology that's new to date. We're given technology that's 20, 30 years behind of what we think technology is. That's why you might find an old picture with somebody holding a cell phone, and it took somebody to actually look at it like, wait a minute, that cell phone didn't exist then, but it did. That's why the whole World Fairs went on. That's why they destroyed every place that the World Fairs were ever on, because those buildings were eloquent. And they defined us as human beings. They defined us on growing more instead of growing boxes to reach the sky, so to say, Tower of Babel. And we all speak different languages. We don't understand anything our brothers and sisters are saying if they're not from our narrative tongue or native tongue. They know what they were doing. I think the Bible was more like a manuscript to what
plan.
to what does happen. There's constantly people to date that are fulfilling Bible prophecies, but it's not they're fulfilling or they're a prophet. It's just that they're spewing what they wrote or their ancestors wrote. And you believe that Bible prophecies are coming in nature because they understand things and we don't. Because of the foods we eat, because of the chemicals we consume. We don't even eat anymore to provide ourselves or to provide our body with the power we need. We eat for gluttony. We eat just because it tastes good. That's not what food is supposed to be. That's not what we're not supposed to be putting fluoride in our gums. We're not supposed to be putting chemicals under our armpits where our lymph nodes are and are most susceptible to actually intaking that chemical that we put on ourselves. And guess why we do it? Not because they told us to, but we just do it because we're conditioned to.
Yeah, they put aluminum in the
Barium,
deodorants.
lithium, everything. Now, what do you think it does to the body, man? We're not as strong as we're supposed to be because we constantly doubt ourselves because they feed us negativity.
So, do you think they put poison in all this stuff? Because Dark Chameleon said, no, I know they do, but let me rephrase that. Dark Chameleon made a point last night when he was on the live stream. I had one. This guy, Dark Chameleon, and he said he was kind of like disagreeing with when people say that they're trying to kill us, or are he said because if they kill us all, the rich people would have to roll up their sleeves. And I was going to answer him and say, but that's why they're making robots and stuff to do the job.
Well, I agree with that, but I believe instead of them trying to kill us, I believe we're just killing ourselves at this point.
True.
It's not anybody pushing us to. When you open or you
it's a business too to kill us. They making bank off it, getting us sick. I mean, it's a business to keep us sick. They're making trillions off of that.
Instead of growing the food and consuming flesh or meat as much as we do you understand anything that's in the back of that ingredients? Do you know what you put in your body every day just because you bought it and it was cheaper or stuff like that?
I looked the ingredients up.
People complain about the prices of food, but at the end of the day, we can all have gardens. If you look at these quote unquote so-called third world countries, they don't have flowers in their front yard, in their backyard. They have actual food growing because they understand the concept of living and not dying. Instead, especially in America, we just consume to consume and consume because it's cheaper. But what would be more cheaper than actually free food that we're growing? You choose to consume those chemicals and those products, but you also have a choice not to.
Yeah, I advise people, look your ingredients up. It don't take that much time. I did. And a lot of it leads to a chemical compound.
It's like Jim Jones and the Kool-Aid. Jim Jones created Kool-Aid, but it was only to take down and manipulate a certain people, because if you're dim-witted and you can't think for yourself anymore because you have all these problems, it's your fault. It's not the person that put the Kool-Aid out or created it. We're all blaming the person of creation, when at the end of the day, we should be sitting back scrutinizing and blaming ourselves for half of the problems that we go through. We should be blaming ourselves for poverty,
Facts.
famish. We should be blaming ourselves for AI and technology, because once again, that none of that would exist without us believing in it. It would just be another program obsolete like DOS.
I said that before. Peace, Joe King, and peace to KT. Who else came up in here? Jack's Dreaming, peace. I said that before too, because I'm the type of person to own up for my mistakes. And I said, I don't remember who countered what I said. They countered it and they said, "Oh, it's not our parents' fault, and it's not our fault. It's the people's fault that rule the world." And I said, "Yeah, but we go along with this shit. We don't have to. We can start working together and do our own thing. You know, we buy the poison. We don't grow our own food. And now we've played along with this so long. We've dug such a deep hole. How the fuck are we gonna get out of it now? You know, that's how I see it."
That's easy, because as human beings, one or another, whether you're at the top or the bottom, we all hit the bottom and have to climb out of it. You could look at the bottom as a hole that we dug, and I pretty much look at it like that, but we all stem from that. But that hole that we dug for ourselves, the same way we dug it is the same way we can come up with a solution to climb out of it. But that's only if we think. And people don't think today. We could have a utopia if humans actually critically thunk. That's not a word, thunk, but I made it a word.
Peace, dude. I said, Joe King. Flat Earth Nation, what's good? Peace, Dominic.
Hey, Charles. Hey, Frenchie. Hi, Leaf.
Peace, brother.
Hey. KT. How you doing?
Peace, KT. People want to change the subject. What did someone mention in the chat? I wanted to ask Frenchie about. Hold on. They said it was Marcel, our trust account. Do you want to say anything, Dominic? Because I know you wanted to speak on. You left something in the back chat. You want to speak on that?
Well, that was your topic. I've heard many other things like the mind, the human mind. Those are two words that should never be put together. The human gets to use the mind. Now, we might be talking about the brain, a different type of receiver, but to stick back onto the main topic of technology, we are in technology. The human vessel is its own high-tech technology.
Yes. We are what we consume.
And we do consume a lot of information.
Yes, we do.
And so a lot of times we don't actually learn to actually have discernment over that information. We try to split it with judgments, right or wrong, our likes or dislikes. So it's very difficult to philosophize the whys or science the hows when we're too busy trying to judge it, categorizing it.
That's a fact. We put ourselves in categories, and we don't have to, you know, because the human mind is so much greater. Because just like you said, you know, we are a part of technology. We were probably one of the first technologies actually created. Don't know how, because DNA and everything, and we have nothing in common with monkeys, evolution, Darwin.
It's biology.
That we actually
in that kind of sense and stuff. Like, it's like the machine tries to emulate that, you know what I mean? So it's like it tries to emulate the human and stuff, that kind of thing, like how the mind works and stuff like that. So it can copy it, basically. It's like if it creates a simulation of the world, then it's trying to copy something and trying its best to achieve it to be as good as it, you know what I mean? Which it never would be, you know what I mean, and stuff like. It's always a cheaper imitation and stuff like.
That's because we are the machine, and technology is just the ghost in the machine. So technology
machine
only thinks as we think.
wants to be us. The
I
machine
guess
tries to be us, but we're already something before the machine. You know what I mean? The machine's a creation from man, kind of thing, in that kind of sense and stuff like that, where we were natural. You know what I mean? We didn't need a machine to build us and stuff like that. Well,
I've kind of shared this
outside of
before with Charles and others. We're human beings. The human part's the animal part. If you look at what animals can do and what the being part can do, what nature has created and what actually the species called beings can create. There are two different kinds of creation or formation going on. Animals like rabbits and dolphins, well, those are sea creatures, they don't create bridges, and neither do humans. Now, unless humans here understand how internet come to be and how the Wi-Fi works and who gave it. This is where I was talking earlier, Frenchie. The mind and the brain are two different things. The mind is like AI. All the languages are stored there. Mind, meant, man, whatever you want to call it. But the human part, that's the part that we're in. We're in this stamped formal. It's in this form. It's been stamped. It's a mortal form. We can steward it, and most of us fail that. We think putting anything in your mouth is the only way we feed the body. No, it's everything outside. And even that, when you cut yourself, is the healing done inside or outside? So the outside is the aging process. So then what is the inside? You know, we have many receivers in this vessel. The hemispheres, we have in the midgut, you have many receivers there, intuition, insights, all in there. So when we play with all this technology, I heard you talking earlier about musical instrument. Who gave us those instruments, let alone the frequency and sounds behind it? And what does it affect? The water, the blood? Anyway.
The water is a perfect example because the water stores more memory than we will ever, store in ourselves. That is a great example, honestly, because at the end of the day, we are just a vessel. But I think we think more with our solar plexus. So we think downgraded instead of upgraded,
Let me change the word.
Yeah, water's conscious
Are
as
we
well.
in the vessel? Sorry, guys. Are we the vessel or are we in the vessel? No
I
different.
think
Are we? Go ahead.
I think we're in the vessel, honestly, because
Okay.
row your boat gently down the stream. And that's a Masonic poem that they understand a lot more than us. And it's because the technology or the thought pattern wasn't processed and passed down to those that don't really critically think. But we are in the vessel because there's so much more than this flesh that we consume. But we think we're bound to this flesh. Just like everybody's afraid of death and dying and everything. But that's just the circle of life. That's the cycle of life. And if somebody thinks, once again, I'm not religious, but I'm an agnostic thinker, I think there's way more to us than this.
So just to correct, because you said one thing and you said another thing, just to make sure, because you guys said initially, we are the vessel, and you said we're not the vessel. I lean towards the latter. We're not the vessel, let alone the thoughts. We're experiencing what's called thoughts. We're experiencing all those words. Then we describe it on objects, material, evil world, which is we don't see the word tree when we say the word tree. We don't see the word air, even though air, most of us, we only see its effects. This is why when they talk about words like letters of the laws, there's a reason for letters of the laws, not the policies that men make, light, air, wind, water, and space, or news, north, east, west, and south. They use acronyms of 4, but the humans, we use acronyms of 3s. So when people say, I'm the body, who's speaking? I'm not the body, who's speaking? When you go to sleep, who runs the vessel? When we're here hearing each other, who's doing the listening from within constantly? This is kind of the concept of know thyself. Who's the knower and who's the self? Then you can become the observer of those experiences. Hence left-hand path, right-hand path. Sorry.
Only the conscious mind could be the observer. Double slit test. If nobody's seen that, go take a look at that.
Yep.
If you look away, there's a million possibilities. But if you constantly look at it, then it's always going to be the same.
So now at that point, then who's the observer of the observed? Because when you observe an object, it will actually shift.
Yeah, that's the conscious mind. Only the conscious mind could be the observer. I want everybody to go take a look at that double slit concept because it definitely applies to us in the human nature.
Yes, it does.
Where if we constantly look at something and constantly doubt it and constantly give praise to it, then it's always going to be the same. But the minute we turn away, if anybody ever here noticed that the minute you turn away from your problems or something that's holding you back, even though you think you're at your lowest, you're going to be higher than you ever been.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of like, Frenchie, when people get, some people get mugged, and then the person says, but I didn't see them, but something saw it, and they can actually describe it. There's something that's always constantly there. The ongoing program called the Eagles, that's its job, to learn language, understand symbols, understand numbers, understand colors. Those are just simple languages. But well, you call it conscious, I call it the subconscious mind. We can call it whatever we want to call it, because we're using the English language. Yeah, it actually observes everything. But we actually, a lot of times, we don't communicate with it. We think it's an external experience, but it's actually an internal experience that we're constantly having. Because unless people can say, okay, I've done astral traveling, outside of that, most people have never left their vessel in one lifespan.
It's part of
That's
the
like,
know thyself kind of experience. So like for the mind to conceptualize and understand like things, you know, everything that the mind does and stuff like that. Like if we're in a forest, learning to survive and stuff, that kind of thing. Like back in earlier days when it was probably more of a utopian forest, and you know what I mean, you'd know which foods are good for you, which aren't, and stuff, that kind of thing. As you go through it and stuff like that, learning by color and shape, etc. and stuff like. You know what I mean, and that's the macro of you as well, because you're part of that macro aspect of things. So you're like the realm is you basically in a sense and stuff like. So it's another part of, like I say, like that know thyself and stuff like. But it's like you've been taken away from yourself, so you have to re-experience yourself because you're just a micro in that macro.
Well, part of the indication how we speak is where people say words like self-aware, aware of the self. The self is actually leading when you say words like self-love, self-help. It should be the other way around. So the knower is the one that's here. They're both programs. As I'm speaking with my program. So back into the conversation, technology. Have technology overlapped human now? Humans have made themselves extinctable. I think you were talking about the French earlier.
I think we're always extinctable. Like we're always on the precipice of being extinct. But the thing that never makes us extinct is kind of like the beginning and the end. How people separate and think the end is the end, but it's just the beginning. There's no end to this, and there will be no end to this because it's been going on for generations and generations.
We're in a different age now, Frenchie. A lot of this stuff, like for example, we're using the written work still, where if this technology was around in a different age, the written work would never been used. It's too cumbersome, and it's too left hemisphere to right hemisphere kind of technology. We're living in an age of Aquarius pretty soon, air. So a lot of technology is done in the air. So radio frequency, Wi-Fi, electricity. What it does actually, it actually puts the vessel into disease mode. Most of our cancer cells get activated because of the air, not because of what you put in our mouth. Most people don't even know how to, including me, don't know how to steward our body correctly. Understanding when to eat your food based on its colors, the days, you know, where does the moon have to be? You know, so like I said, the human race, unfortunately, is being, especially when you start putting a program within it. What's that?
I said, I don't think so. I think the human race is being conditioned for what comes next. I don't think it's being erased. But I think that there's a culling and it's being conditioned for what is to foresee. You know, call it a revised version of your Bible where they take certain words out and you interpret it differently. Or call it just the evil trying to actually reposition us because they understand that we're actually starting to think alike nowadays instead of dislike. We're starting to band together. People are really waking up at an alarming rate for them, so they have to deter us.
It could be whoever they are. Again, you said earlier about we are consuming species. I'll say the word species, and it's to a point where it's affecting the whole. Whether it's the animal race, I'm pretty sure if they started speaking our language, they would have a big issue with us. Same with the plant kingdom and all that. Most people are stuck in their masculine energy. That's the programmable energy. Most people don't tap into their feminine energy, which is the teachable energy. So humans are very, very difficult to be teachable. They're getting knowledge now. A lot of people are getting knowledge. They're knowing about things, but they're not really discerning the difference. You know, people are still talking about nations where other people are talking about being globalist. How many people worry about what happened in China for so many years, or in India, or how United Nations works? You know, I get it. It sounds probably a little bit degrading for some people. They think, well, you're not being positive. I said, positive and negative have to be balanced. How are you going to actually harmony if they don't actually coexist? Yin and yang, feminine and masculine. We're in a polarity realm, but we're not those things.
I look more like my aunt. All right, so my aunt was the Trinity. I look more as like there's three sides to every story, right? So there's your story, the person you're talking to, and then there's the truth. That's where you get the trident from. And I do believe that people pay more attention thinking that they don't have an option nowadays. It's just kind of go with the weather. If it rains, it rains. If it pours, it pours. But at the end of the day, we all have that option to change that.
Oh, KT. I was wondering why KT had two things. Anyway. In the groove, peace, mind's eye.
Talk, Dominic. I want to hear your aspect on everything. Where'd he go? Where's Dominic at? You still here, Dominic?
Yeah, he's here.
Speak on it, brother. Preach, because I know you have so many words that you're holding back right now. I want to
he's very intelligent.
Yeah, I want to hear his outlook on everything. I want to hear his perception on everything that we're talking about, because I believe he's like a middle, the Trinity, the balance.
That's why I'm quiet. I'm just listening, soaking it in.
He went quiet.
He's buffering.
He's thinking, and that's good. It's better to give thought to something before you say it, because then that's actually coming from the heart. You know, if you just spew out and say things, like my collective mind alone, it has so much information that I end up talking more than I should. But that's just to get a reverb from the person that I'm interacting with to see how they perceive things.
Yeah, when I get passionate, I mix it. It's like my passion and anger start. Mix it together. Forget it.
I'm constantly passionate, which is why I get myself and I put my own foot in my mouth at some points, because I'm just trying to evolve instead of devolve. So when I put my input in something, it's more just to see the next person. So I like confrontation. I like critically thinking people. And if we don't do that, then obviously we all just believe. But instead, even on this live, we're banding together, and there's nobody saying that's not right, this isn't right. It's just your own opinion, you know? So you kind of put pieces of the puzzle together while you're ingesting them.
Like you said, we're always elevating.
Yeah.
There's always growth. You know, and analyzing self too, and figuring out how you can elevate more. Seeing wrong in yourself and fixing it.
What would the age of Aquarius be like if there were no technology during that age? If like the power of the air and all that kind of element of it and stuff like that, then if you didn't have like 5G and all these kind of things, then it might have a different kind of consequence. You know, like more of a spiritual kind of consequence, like psychic ability and auric frequencies and all these kind of things and stuff. Like with an auric frequency, with that kind of change, you could have giant trees again and all that kind of stuff, maybe.
What's up, everybody?
The 5G might suppress it all. Hey, Mind's Eye.
Peace, Mind's Eye.
What's happening, bro?
Chilling.
I'm slow motion, man. Appreciating everything I'm hearing.
It's better than no motion. You know the saying.
Yeah, but no motion is what we know.
Slow dough is better than no dough, yeah?
Huh? Yeah.
Same thing.
Say knowledge your motion. Like, you know, like where we know motion instead of no.
Knowledge sounds like no ledge. or know the ledge. You don't want to fall off it.
Yeah, bro. Slow motion better than no motion, but no motion is what allows the brain to move. Hey, y'all are on the top of the mountain, though. Top of the world to y'all, man. I
It's
really
like
do.
Sisyphus, man. Sisyphus got to the top of the mountain pushing a boulder, and once he got to the top, he got pushed back down again.
Like you said, Frenchie Kush, bro. You said you trying to evolve, say, opposed to devolve.
Yeah.
But like devolving is just how to bounce or how the ball bounce. You know how you gotta throw it down and it go back up.
Every time I hit the top, or I felt like I hit my top, I hit the bottom again. And I thought it was something that I should be arrogant against, but instead it was something I learned from. Every time it doesn't take hitting the top. Hitting the top is easy. It's hitting the bottom and climbing back up from that's hard.
See? Like we put seeds in the soil and they grow. It's like real talk, man. It's like being able to say put your head out of the ceiling, or where we lose, we get lost, or we try to peek up and see into the universe and then go back down. Yeah, that's the part we need to have control over.
It's like being able, but Cain ate Abel, which made him a cannibal. And at the end of the day, we all consume ourselves. So we're all sitting in our own shit.
Odin or the Ouroboros.
Yeah.
Like say the bottom. It's like being inside of the room where the walls is closing in and you can push the ceiling up, push the floor down, push the walls out.
It's that the fourth wall, that contains us all.
Yeah. So is that kind of like being inside the genie lamp, so to speak?
I got a genie lamp, man.
I need to get one.
I got a brass genie lamp. I don't want the genie to come out of it, because then that's gonna mean that he's more powerful than me. And I don't believe anybody on this realm is more powerful than me, and that's how we should all think.
Let's get it. Yeah.
It's not
Much
me
love,
putting
Charles.
of anybody or on a pedestal. It's more me praising that I'm alive.
That's right. Appreciating where we at in this universal matrix or whatnot.
We are gods.
Yeah, facts. But it's this simple flaw on technology that separates human beings from demons, from angels to gods. And that's what makes us realize that we are only human, of many color. Hue being the root word of human, is being that we see on a perspective of light that was only taught to us. Now, what if we weren't taught that blue was blue and red was red? Would that rainbow still exist?
Of course.
Yeah.
Where's the pot of gold?
Yeah.
It could be called something else. But isn't like school and stuff? Since you brought that up, like coming into this world, to me, we're supposed to have our own experience, but this system has like, it hands you your reality and they tell you what everything is instead of you experiencing it on your own.
You know who created that, right? The curriculum was created by the Rothschilds.
Yeah.
So automatically that's a family that has evil intent and wants to hold us back. So why not manipulate the minds of the youth when their minds are like sponges already? Why not soak in bullshit? This way, by the time they get old enough to critically think, they only believe what they want you to think. And it takes a strong mind to actually crawl and grow out of that.
Yeah.
Like today.
Yeah. My bad, bro. You got
if this live got posted and got millions of views, which it won't, because the algorithm is holding that back because of what we're talking about, what would we actually be if this internet or interweb or that web dust connected us together instead of pushing us more apart?
Yeah.
We probably wouldn't know each other right now if it wasn't for
Well, that's the mind.
Hey, I think I know what what it'll be like, say from my perspective, because it's just like they talk about the Big Bang. Like if we all came together, it'll all compact like, like squeezing a snowball. And then we come apart again. Like say if we all came together, it'd be like gunpowder in a shell.
Yeah.
And we literally blast out from the center again.
Yeah.
That's what'll happen.
It takes
a
all of us
ripple
to make
effect.
that. So I guess an interpretation of that would be the Big Bang, because it takes all of us, like you said, gunpowder in a shell, to actually make that bang happen.
Yeah.
And it's only what we believe in.
See, and look, that word itself, Frenchy Kush, believe. It's like say this is where we all start at the starting line, and we'll be leaving each other.
It's a lie. I said it before. The root word of believe is just a lie.
Yeah, but lie. Look, but lie is a lie.
Yeah.
And a lie is the line. Like say your lane, my lane, Charles' lane is where we run the race together. And that's say a line is alien, where you drive your cart in your lane, I drive my cart in my lane, like jets flying wing to wing, or how goose, how they fly in the V formation, wing to wing. This is how we are supposed to be doing it, yet we are shooting at each other while we driving in our own lanes.
The Wright brothers had it right. Now the Wright brothers try to take off in flight. You know the Wright brothers, right? So
no doubt.
They built their own concept of actually leaving the realm. And leaving the realm could just be getting off your feet, which are no longer grounded, because the shoes that hold our souls to actually being that deep.
Yeah, I like that. The tennis, don't we? That's what we run. You run the race.
The rat race.
In the teeny shoes. It's very interesting because the confusion got us looking everywhere else while we supposed to be paying attention to our path.
Ain't that funny? Confusion, Confucius, that tried to give us knowledge, but then at the end of the day just robbed us. Like,
yeah, it's not fusing.
Yeah, it's not fusing.
Some people,
it's not amusing. It's not what we make. It's art or music.
It's look, it's ratical, like
rat.
Like don't get put in that position of rat. You know what I mean? It's radical. That's they telling you a rat tickling on a toe, or it's a lot deeper than that. Don't let nobody say criticism is where they turn us into little creatures like that. Rats, little vermin.
I was gonna say a rat is just it's what we consume as a vermin, but at the end of the day, that just means that we're putting ourselves under more than we are thinking.
Mm-hmm.
Because instead of being a ratical, we can be irrational. You know what I mean?
Exact. Somebody was saying it. I think it was Lev up here. The whole thing with it is like where you say things, that's what projection is to me. And like you said, like Frenchie, you said you gotta think before you speak. And that's where I say love lets us. Like letters is what allows, say your actions. Say LET is TEL. So what love lets you do is where you get letters.
I guess that's where we all think backwards and we live, but it's evil. Because we
Look,
constantly think that we're living, but at the end of the day, we're just dying and we're just killing ourselves. Now, to gain on the whole topic of technology, we just want us to think, and we constantly evolve, but we want us to think that technology is greater than us. But technology is just a gift given by us.
I agree with that. It's not greater than us. No, like I say, it can only make a cheap imitation and stuff like that. If it creates a reality of this world and stuff like, it'd never be as good as the real world.
If I can share, guys, knowing human behavior, fiat currency was designed solely for the aiding of bartering system as an IOU. That's all it was. But humans have actually chose to use money of more value than actually learning a craft. So technology in this other version would be no different, because humans have not become aware of what they're doing. As I hear the word evil world, material world, that's all it means. It's our likes and dislikes that get in the way. We're limiting ourselves. Most people will learn to play 1 or 4 or 5, 6 instruments, but they won't learn to learn all the instruments. We will only learn a few languages, numbers, colors. We're not going to learn Sanskrit. Some people will try. They'll learn Greek. There's sounds and frequency in each one, and each of those languages will actually affect the vessel from within and give you different clarity and focus. Most of us are very limited in our awareness. So knowledge will be very limited. Belief system, that's all they are. It's a belief system. Sometimes somebody tells me that there's a guy named Jesus, the only thing I can ever do is believe. But what's the teachings? Because that's the only thing you can apply discernment to. I don't give a shit who Martin Luther King was, Socrates. I could give 2 shits about those guys. But what's their teachings? Because that's the only thing I can apply discernment, wisdom to. Most people don't have wisdom because most people are caught. Well, I know this. Okay, so who gave us the language? The thousands of different languages. We speak it, it affects the avatar. We have thoughts. That affects is what's called consciousness. 2 different things going at once. But yeah, we are describing things. We're expressing emotion, but we're not actually seeing the energy called anger, sadness. Again,
that goes,
that's all. Go ahead.
That goes with the evil. When I hear evil, all I hear is evolve. Because as a person, a normal person, when you see evil or encounter evil, you just want to overcome it. So when I hear evil, all I hear is evolve. And that makes us want to be better because, again, we can only split it down the middle. Evil is just as good as, and we need evil to balance it out on the scales, but we weigh out more as we're good than we are when we're evil.
Well, you're talking from the photocopy language.
That's
sorry.
a gem.
Yeah, good and evil.
That was a gem right there.
But again, that's talking from a devolved language. So evil, good and evil, spiritual material. That's all it means. You see a plant growing, you're seeing evil. You're seeing evil evolve. Evil world, material world. That's how it was before. It was never spoken. English, Latin, Sanskrit, all these were after. A baby's never born that's capable of understanding language, let alone the written word. But the vessel itself understands sound. Now that's why we have horoscopes, because those are our entry points. We enter the vessel. We were never in that fucking vessel. If people understand what channeling is and what they understand what walk-ins and all that kind of stuff. We're immortal beings inside a human form. Those mortal forms are going to be stamped. Doesn't matter. But then we do put ourselves in harm's way. We drive cars. We get technology such as somebody creates a gun. Who gave us the language to describe that thing?
Yeah.
This is where the essence to things come.
And only numbers add up. That's funny you say that because it's the speech impediment that we all grew off of. It's the this is blue, that's green. It's that's a TV, that's a DVD player that we all progress from. But is it right? No, I don't think it's right. I don't think it's right through human nature because we only evolved or devolved from what we were told. And right now, us together, we're thinking critically. So this is an evolved situation where you're not only believing what somebody tells you, but we're going against the narrative right now. And the narrative tells us that technology is going to be greater than us. It's going to exterminate all human beings. It's going to take over jobs. But that's only a thought. That's an idea. That's literally just an idea. If we let that happen, then that's on us. That's not on the person that created it. That's not on anybody else that had a part to do with it. It's on us because we
Exactly.
believed it. And we constantly consume shit so much that our mouth should be a toilet.
So
That's what
Where's the paper at? You know what I mean? And the paper is the monetary gain or the fiat currency that we obtain. It's literally the bottom line of the sewer. So most people don't want to live in shit, but we constantly lay in the sewer in our own manure.
Damn.
But we are using
The
their
flesh.
technology. We are using their technology, whoever gave it to us. I'm not even going to say it's fucking the human race. We're
That's
using
the
their
choice.
technology, and all those, it always is, but is it aware choices? Most people aren't aware of all their choices. Hence, when people pair it to the word free will just means separation from the will. That's all it is. Free anything, free speech and all that. Who gave us that ability? So now we're using this we're using this technology. How is it affecting our vessels? Because all that Wi-Fi is surrounding us, electrical wires around us, radio frequency around us.
It doesn't matter. We created that frequency in which we resonate from. And if we want that frequency to obtain us, then we're more than willing to. But at the end of the day, like,
it's being used against us, so it's not us putting it up there.
Can y'all hear me? Look, it's like say where people claim that they can comprehend. Where people claim they can comprehend, like say the learning process is just like stuttering. So the studying process, like say where people think they can comprehend what is being offered, you know, say as far as a teaching, this is where we don't know what we're doing with it. It's like,
so it's like shutter vision, you know, when you post on the camera and want that picture, but you're missing those couple decibels of seconds to actually put it together, and you're only feeding what's given to what's actually seen.
Yeah. Look, it's like it's like where people get guns and they end up shooting their brother with it. You know, it's where you think you can comprehend, yet you know how we get that saying, for they know not what they do.
Facts.
And this is where some of us we like it was said a little earlier, we speak before we think, you know, or say just where we do things. We don't really know what we're doing. Like I can use right now as an example, because we are trying our best to convey, say, a solid message. You know what I mean, Charles? We trying to convey the solid message where we comprehended, or we thought we was comprehending what was being taught to us. So the process of us learning is just that. It's trial and error. You know, as we move forward, it's trial and error, and we learning from each other's mistakes, because nobody really knows what they're doing. You know, we are like the free will. We are freestyling. You know, and this is where anybody could, you know, we could flip a switch for the greatest outcome of us moving forward with the next second. You know, or we could flip a switch where we all go backwards. You know, and I yield right there.
Facts, because time is not linear; it's circular.
What's up, Kimba? I just want to say, I'm gonna have to rotate because I only could fit 6, and I put face plant up here. Dominic,
I'll fall out. If there's somebody that wants to come in, I'll fall out.
Hey, I'll drop out too. I'll come back up. I just want to let.
Nah, we're good.
Nah, you stay up, brother, because you have more to say than what I said, and you have your own aspect on this. So I'll fall out and then come back when somebody drops off.
We're good.
Yeah,
right, peace be with
really
everybody.
Appreciate.
You heard? Peace be with everybody.
Nobody got to leave.
Okay, cool. You was just mentioning you gonna start the.
Thanks for coming up, Frenchie. I'm looking forward to your mixtape. I guess he dropped down.
I was gonna say you'd have to go unless someone else said they wanted to come up. You know, then we could do that. but okay.
Yeah,
Hey,
let's
Kimber.
get it,
Damn.
dog.
Everyone dropped. Who else is up here? It was Frenchy Kush, and somebody else jumped down too.
Kush, he'll be back. Kush will come back through.
Yeah.
I know. We was
Frenchy was dropping gems. Everybody was. No one had to leave.
no doubt. I think we
But
still are in the building. We all
it's
remain
all
here.
good. It's a fire build so far.
We're all backstage
I like
having
that.
pizza right now.
That's not early
Yeah,
for
like say the
pizza.
comprehension thing. Kimba, much love to
Sorry.
you, sir.
Yeah, what's
Yeah.
up, Kimba?
Not much. I'm still half asleep, but I'm intrigued
Great,
with the conversation. So I'm here.
greatest to your time. Greatest to your time, sister.
Yes. Okay, you're back. Yeah, so you don't gotta go anywhere, buddy. If someone else wants to come up, then Charles could do the rotation,
Peace, much love.
Peace. Peace to look within
Yes.
and in the groove. I say what's up to everyone. Yeah, and Joe King.
Much love.
Okay.
Yep, everybody in the chat on this panel. Joe King, much love to you.
Yep. All good.
Hey,
What
hey,
about?
Frenchie.
I wanted to ask Frenchy what he thinks about the. Damn it! Now I forgot the trust funds.
What do you mean trust funds? Put more in
Like
depth.
with the name in all caps, our SSI card, and the trust funds, how they make names, make money off our name and our existence.
I got a friend, and he's not all in his mind, but I love him like a brother. And he's on SSI, and he actually deserves it because, I mean, just yesterday I hung out with this guy, and he blurted out something like, "Sometimes I just want to kill everybody." And I know he didn't mean it. I know he didn't mean it, but at the same time, his mind is so conflicted with everything, and he's not all there, But I believe he is all there because I believe he's a part of me. And if I believed he wasn't all there, then I would believe I'm not all there. I'm not here as a person. I'm not talking to you. I'm just a piece of what you consume. But most people would deny this man an actual interaction. But if you listen to him, his thoughts, he still remembers numbers and addresses from when he was a kid. And most people can't even think back to what they ate yesterday.
We used to have to remember numbers. Remember them days before all of this phone.
Yeah, but he does. That's the crazy part. And most people can't think back to even their own home phone number when they was tapped in the line directly instead of this whole Wi-Fi thing and digital consuming.
I remember mine.
Remembers everything.
225-2232. Ha ha ha.
I'm gonna call that.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. I would say maybe he didn't let his mind get so consumed with all that, Frenchie. He catches a lot of people are very good at keeping their mind intact no matter where they go or what's given, or they tend to stay away from certain things,
He just he thinks different from people, and we categorize those people as ADHD.
Yeah.
Somebody that's conflicted. I got a problem with my head, but instead of at the end of the day,
it's a superpower. That's right.
It's all, yeah, and most people see him. It's like what do you call that? Like the idiot savant, He is the epitome of what I wish I would, but people constantly try to redirect themselves from him because they think he has a problem, but he doesn't have a problem. Everybody else has a problem. But most people would conceive it as he's not normal and this and that. I'm like, no, you're not normal because he critically thinks and he doesn't care what he says. He has no filter on his mind. So he is the realest person to me that actually walks and talks, and nobody else will give him the chance. That's just a life lesson on that shit. Everybody else should learn.
And you know what, Frenchie? A lot of people are not aware of a lot of those mental diagnoses, you know? Like you're just saying. A lot of people should be aware about that because most of those, and if you notice over time right now, they slapping more and more on people. They just add them all up to make us feel more and more stupid, you know, victim mentality. A lot of people are more aware of what those mental diagnoses were. They realize there are superpowers. Yes, they are.
You know what I see? You know what I say? Name me, categorize me, put me in a classical version of what I should be. But at the end of the day, it's only the mold that grows on the parasites in this petri dish that we evolve in that actually tries to bring us down. So the people that you name as parasites and parasitic, they critically think for themselves. And the world would rather shun them than actually listen.
See, that's something too, where you think about the nerd that gets back at everybody. This is where the good guy becomes the bad guy, but in the good guy's eyes, ain't nothing bad that he's doing.
The nerd, never ever reading directly. And that's just an acronym that I came up with.
All right.
Never ever read directly. Oh, I like that. Never ever read directly.
Yeah, because they deter their vision and they don't care what you have to say. Just like half of these people or these kids nowadays that they say they have this and they have ADHD and learning disorder. No, they just don't think the way you do. That's why teachers punish people for talking in fast, because they can't even consume their information and spit it out that quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Hey, it's just like where the eyes be big inside of the bifocals. You know, like say that's another form of where they say God's a child with some big old magnifying glasses. This is where you would get Superman with the burning eyes, and he'll burn your face, he'll burn your ass up. And that's where your parents got a mean stare.
I think eyes, only the eyes that we perceive upon the ocean that we conceive, because water is more manipulated than what we think, or more than what actually be. So as an actual human, what can we actually see if we look through the peripheral instead of looking through our pineal?
See? That's what it's all about, peripheral.
They say our pineal gland looks within us, not looks out. And most people would think that the pineal gland looks out, but the pineal gland looks under. It looks in within our soul, the fire that is constantly burning out of control. Like, you have no idea. Like, we can go into that kind of stuff, but I want to keep
it
on with technology.
Oh.
Hey, look at this. Yesterday or the day before, I was up here with you, Charles. Right? Charles, we was talking, and you went across the pictures where the people was wearing them dunce hats.
Yeah.
Remember that, Charles?
I caught that late, but I caught that one.
Yeah, hey, the dunce hats, like, it's just like as above, so below, as within, so without. It's like that cone head is a drill. It's a drill that's say it allows you, it's like say where you close your eyes and you see those patterns inside of the dark projection or whatnot, if I can say it like that.
Yeah.
You know, where we close our eyes.
It's
the drill though.
It's a drill,
you know, like
that
it's a portal.
Benadryl, you know? It's a drill that's Benadryl. No, for real. It's a bill that's Benadryl, and our allergies consume us.
Mm-hmm. Hey, look, where you see that drill spinning, it's kind of like it's like Wandering Warrior's avatar. You see that spiral? That drill becomes the tunnel, and that tunnel is the portal. Like, say if you could see clouds spin into the center point, like our pupil.
Yeah, I agree with you.
That's where we all of us, we are in pineal. like say where the worm burrows through the soil, that's like a solid mass of what the dark universe is, where we are through a wormhole.
That's funny because that's like the micro and us crawling out of the same hole that we dug ourselves, the worm.
Yeah, yeah, bro.
Only moves in singularity, but at the end of the day, consumes Earth and still provides Earth.
Right. It eats the soil before and it comes out the back of it.
That's what I
And
mean.
yeah. So look, I remember you said just a second ago, it was a few minutes ago, but you said time is not
Yeah, time is not.
circular.
It's actually circular.
And look, it's both of them at the same time. You know how we get the telephone cord? It's like a spiral, but then that spiral is a singular line, and it connects, say the mic to the monitor.
That's crazy because I just learned that, and I know this is just me, but I just learned that TV signals back when RF was actually a thing, radio stations, this and that, transmitting signals, is that they compiled all the frequencies on top of each other, and that's the only way they can get it through one wire to let it go. But your processor is what pulls out. If you're on channel 5, that shit pulls out channel 5. If you want channel 6, but they're all together. There's a collective in that we missed completely because we're just taught, hey, this is TV, this is how you change channels. No, there's more to the frequency than that. There's more to us than our frequency actually being detached from ourselves. And if we really think, our frequency resonates above everyone else or everything else within this realm.
See, there go the hovering.
Yeah.
Wow, sound like covering, don't it?
That's facts.
Wow, man. See, high vibration and low vibration, emotion, like where you don't deny yourself these things, it'll allow you to really see who you is or who you are and how your body can work.
It's all a chemical nature, brother.
Yeah.
When we understand that we're all just chemicals and flesh put together, that's the same way that we understand that there's a soul that minds us more than any other.
Yep. It's like being able to shake up a carbonated soda, because like all of us, we all say where you get passion and emotion. This stuff stirs vibration.
Yes. That's the resonating frequency of all people, of all living things. Like, there's a resonance. So to anybody believe that there's an actual physical, because it takes a resonance to pull that that non-seeing picture together. Like, there's a resonance. So anybody that thinks that they are more or they are less than the vision which we perceive is incorrect, because we're all just vibrating. So that means that everything is a distortion. Nothing is actual physical.
Right. It, like you said, compile. Like, say it's a big pile of papers on a desk or whatnot, and we, just shift them and be able to, put them, keep them in the frame, so to speak.
Yeah. Picture for a picture, or a picture inside of a picture, is what makes us actually believe that there's an image greater than we can see. And because that picture can evolve into a movie, in which the movie and moving us and moving is ourself.
Emotion.
But us, like Spike Lee, to actually create that movie.
Put the pictures in order. Like it's just like the panel up here.
What they
like
did,
each piece of paper.
They did the PIC, the PIP, the picture in picture. But at the end of the day, before technology, we can all see that picture in a picture. It only took that visual that they gave us, that we didn't decide, they gave us, to understand that there is more of a picture than what we see, like a Monet or a Jackson Pollock,
Yeah.
where it's just splattered, but there's a picture beneath that picture, and it's only up to
See?
the mind to believe.
To say make it out, like you could see, like say somebody could just splash some paint on a wall, and so many, like say if your vision is activated, you can find anything in the splash, like connecting the dots.
It's like, where's Waldo?
Exactly.
Right.
You can make something.
That goes back.
Everybody can do it.
Only the conscious mind could be the observer. That's what that goes back to, because everybody will look at that picture like it's all black and white, but it's that one person that points out that there is actually stripes against that person that makes you see it.
Hey, look at this. I got a perfect example. I remember that film Dumb and Dumber, right? And they had that scene at the end where the dude messed up the restroom. He had, the number 2 everywhere.
Yeah.
Right? So like that's equivalent to the baby. If nobody changes the baby's diaper, look, where you say passionate, right? It don't it sound like passing shit?
Passionate.
Right?
And shit.
And
it does.
Look, real talk. Look, it's where you get the emotional is where you get in emotional. You know what I mean? People get mushy.
Well,
so
you know where our language came from was the phony Phoenicians giving us phonetics.
The phone.
The phony Phoenicians giving us phonetics. Will you pick up or not is the question.
Phonics and finding it.
Yeah, but the Phoenicians,
Mm-hmm.
in which we are consumed by today, because we think a certain way, right? So we're critically thinking right now, but we have no idea what we're saying. And I say that to say this, is that we were given this language. We were given this language to talk amongst others, but we can't interact with people on the other side of the globe because they have different phonetics.
Right.
So there's no attachment to life when we are talking. And I just try to do this because, like I said, I have a passion for it, but we have no connection because we are disconnected. We're only given the terms of what we speak because somebody said this should be this, that should be that. But it don't mean that on the other side of the globe or the other side of the world or the other side of the realm, whatever you believe in. It don't mean that there. It means mumbo jumbo, a bunch of shit being talked, nothing being said. Can I leave because I feel funny?
Yeah.
But if they only understood what we were actually saying, it'd be more love and it'd be more involvement, and we'd be involving.
Yes. That's what it is. Comprehension, in suspension, like say, where you can get suspended, you suspend yourself. If it's something that you don't really comprehend or you don't mesh with, meshing, like messing, it's like where everybody gets to make noise. So yeah, I see what you're saying, man. It's like who's making the noise that you can comprehend, because we all out here, and it's like where the languages differ.
So it'd be like
the noise.
It'd be like making a mention to what we were less than, but we perceive what was more than progression. And at the end of the day, we'd learn nothing because we're just a lesson and we're being taught. So who's up to who when we're being caught? And when we're being caught is in a web, an interweb on most. Technology only perceives us, and that's a ghost to our own mind, a ghost in our own travels. Yes, we should mind, but most don't even shovel. They don't dig, so they can never get
to goes through the mind. What goes? Yeah, this. Hey, I got much love for everybody.
I just had to spit it out there. I'm gonna be on more of these. If Charles lets me, but I'll be on more of these lives because I'm more in touch with humanity. And for a while, like he said, I ain't dropped a song in a while. because
That
sometimes
was fire.
you can think that
Long while.
yeah, but sometimes you got to step back and think. And all my songs were meaningful, but you got to step back and think like, am I doing this for the greater good or just my own intentions? And I wanted to be doing things for the greater good minus my own intentions. So I want to think for the collective. And I didn't
Same
put
here.
music out because I didn't feel it would be right, even though I have that same stuff written down that I read yesterday, but it wouldn't make sense if I wasn't in the mind state I am today.
That's why I enjoy your
Respect
music.
to that.
There's a message in it.
I'm not
Yeah,
going
There's a
hey,
message. There's a message, and then the lyrical skills that go along with it. It's just classical to me.
yeah, that was
Uh,
fire what bro just said.
and that guess what? All that came from you guys. That came from everybody in this live. Like nothing would have interacted my mind if I didn't hear from everybody else. That's why I say I'm a critical thinker and I'm not going to push my ways upon everybody. Like Moses split the sea, but all I see is a trinity. All I see is the truth, the person that's listening, and the underlying actual truth. What y'all gave me today is the truth. So I'm giving it back to you.
Respect.
Respect.
Hey, that's the Trinity say that's you in the center and just the two halves. You
That's
being
my
the
art.
path, huh?
That's my art.
Yeah, respect, man.
That came from like the late commit and everything like that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But it,
Hey,
go ahead, bro.
look, I was just gonna say you know how people talk about the rhyming, you know how people rap or whatnot,
Yeah.
and that was potent what you just said. You
I'll give
know,
you myself.
like where things rhyme, it ain't really because it rhyme, you know, like say where people could make this rhyme with that, it ain't really that reason to why it go together. You know, it ain't because it rhyme. It's the total opposite. You know.
Yeah. That's why I don't consider it rhyming. I consider it more than spoken word, you know? The words
Mm-hmm.
I spoke together collectively as a group, rather than if I was sitting back talking to nobody, I would have never came up with that, you know? And that's a solution. That's a problem that we live in today. Because if you don't have the art put into it, then you have no passion at all.
Oh man, no projection. Yep. The heart.
The art, the earth is just an anagram for heart.
Mm-hmm.
If you flip around the words for earth, that means a heart. So if you flip around and think you wasn't evil from the start, that's just a flip around to think that you wasn't evil even if you were ever given a part. So if we were given a part, then we'd be playing against ourselves. And if we wasn't playing against ourselves, we'd be thinking about the wealth. But the wealth is going to leave you nowhere, consumed by that money. Wealth is just an idea. You must be a crash dummy. And if you was a crash dummy, then you crashed to the walls. And if we wasn't nothing, then we wouldn't even be Adam at all. And then what was Adam at all when Adam and Eve told to eat from that leaf, which was just the fruit that was designed for knowledge indeed. So if knowledge wasn't designed, then what could we be? And if everything fell deep, then how could we see? Deeper than the sea is what we see, more than we need, but we reap more than we need. So of course we just need. That's just me. Sorry about that,
Hey,
bro.
that was fire. That's a perfect example of what I was just saying, man.
No, I hear you. I definitely heard everything you said. And
Real talk.
it was a pleasure, you know? Everything is a pleasure. It's always a pleasure to me. Talking and interacting with somebody else is a pleasure. Technology is not a pleasure. Why? Because I believe we all conceive and we all exist in this ever giving technology realm that we live in. And thinking that technology is greater than us is just a false vision, honestly.
Yeah. I look at that very word, tech is take. You know, like say it's a difference to receiving something honestly and then taking something. You know how sometimes we might pick up something that's not ours and it'd be like, you know, where the world will say put that back. It's like we got to think about what's going on right there, you know, because people don't really understand. Like people steal at the same time where something's given to them. You ever had something taken out your arms?
Yeah.
And you was at the same time you was giving it?
Yep.
You know, so like to receive and take things is the thin line between a thief and a giver, or a giver and a receiver.
As a receiver, as human beings, I guess we're like an antenna. As a receiver, we only perceive the information that's given to us. But just like a radio, we can tune that out to a different frequency. And just like a radio, we decide which station or stasis that we want to live in. And just like a radio, we only project what's given. At the end of the day, we are literally at our own precipice. We're falling off of the cliff of ourself. And if we can't help us, there's no technology in the world that can help us. There's only a technology in the world that can create a world that we're all enslaved, in which we are. I just worked a job for the last 2 years where I was cooking and I was a head chef, and I was literally entitled to be there for 10 to 12 hours a day, 6 days out of the week. Bro, when I finally broke myself out of that, I realized that that's not what I wanted to do. And it took 2 years of me being in solitary confinement in the back of that kitchen, only loving and knowing that I am giving the next person that eats this love. I'm not handing out food. I'm handing out love. My frequency is different when I'm cooking for another person.
Respect.
I'm not that guy in the back of McDonald's that hates his job. I'm that guy that might be, and I never worked in McDonald's, but I might be in the back of McDonald's giving out love. And guess what? Every hamburger or chicken nugget that you ever would have took from me, you would have resonated on a different frequency.
You feel me?
But I
Hey,
pulled
hey,
myself out of that, and I switched jobs, and I'm so much more happier now. I got life going for me.
yeah.
I'm only working 4 hours a day now, but I'm making more than I was working 10 to 12 hours a day. And I know money is just an idea and it don't count. But at the end of the day, I feel happier with myself because I'm giving to the world what I actually have to give instead of settling for something that I don't like.
Yeah.
That's powerful.
Gotta love what you do, man. Respect to that.
Thanks.
I'm gonna jump down. Y'all, I'll be in the chat, man. Much love to you, Charles.
Yeah, no, much love. Great talking to you, brother.
All right, Mind's Eye.
I'm gonna come back though.
Yeah.
All right, Mind's Eye. Thanks for coming up, man. Peace.
Respect.
Thank you, Mind's Eye. Have a good day.
Right back
Yeah,
at
I know how that feels, Frenchie, at working a job that you're not happy.
Housework.
I just overcame, but I had to put myself through it. So I was getting cash off the books because when you're a cook, I mean, they just pay you off the books. But I'm back on the books. Does that make me feel great? No, because I'm giving chemicals and I'm giving monetary gain back to the people that I hate. But there are certain homeless people that, you know, I constantly divide my head across, because there's those that want the money to buy alcohol and there's those that want the money to keep themselves surviving and eat. And I feed those. I don't give money to the homeless. I give food to the homeless. I give toothbrushes and toothpaste and amenities to actually hold themselves together. That's what I do. Speak, sister.
Come on, you need to sit down. No, get out. I'm not. Later, if I get money. No, you come to me. I'm in here. I got her.
Hold on.
Nothing is about.
There we go. I had to mute that up.
All right, so everything devolves when we evolve, thinking about money just because it's a single cost. But at the end of the day, it's the same thing that separated Germans from the Holocaust. From my eyes to your eyes, from what we can't see to what we blindly see, and we're left in the sea, floating on shit's creek, no paddles. But at the end of the day, everything is just a tattle, a tale in which we told. Technology is nothing besides what we behold, and what we behold is nothing more belittling than them. So we're thinking about it. Taylor Lenny, Mice and Men.
When are you dropping a new song, or are you gonna drop another mixtape?
I'm dropping a whole album, brother.
Nice.
But this album was calculated through years of my depression and oppression within myself. So I'm dropping it pretty soon, but I want people to consume what I actually put out before I actually put out something else, because I don't think they'll actually see it.
That's elevation. He said oppression of myself.
Oppression of my own depression that caused myself to be in deprivation.
Yeah, I remember the day when I said,
I like that. You know why? Not many people can say that. A lot of people will say,
yeah, that's like a lot of people will say, take a pill instead of exercising. It'll cause your depression to unrise. But if you exercise, the exponential meaning of that will actually progress yourself, and there's no meaning to that.
Right? Without a Band-Aid.
Speak, sister, speak. I know you got a lot to say. I hear you.
Yeah, I had to mute you up, Kimba, because I didn't know if you were muted or not. I didn't want, the whole world to hear that. But
there was some drama
anyway.
going on.
Yeah.
It's all Gucci. We all got drama, but speak, sister, speak. I know you got a lot to say.
How's the tuning fork going, Kimba?
You can go on, Charles. Oh, that thing is great. It's amazing. It helps with the pressure. It helps with the pressure on your head, the tuning fork. Yeah. Any pressure on your body or head, I ping it and put it by my ears.
What's that, the Ankh?
Healing.
A tuning.
Yeah.
You mean like the Ankh? The Ankh.
Yeah. The Ankh.
It used to have the Eye of Horus on it, and it's split.
Yep.
That's how they said they moved bricks through frequency and vibration.
I believe it. Well, I don't believe it. I think so.
You ever hit the middle of a gong? You know what a gong is, right?
Yeah, like a symbol, a giant symbol.
And transcend through its frequency?
No, I want to now. Now that you said that, I definitely want to.
That's why all the old bells are cracked, like the Liberty Bell, but it goes way beyond the Liberty Bell. That's why they were all cracked. That's why organs were taken out of churches, because they actually healed us.
Yeah, I think a lot of these cathedrals were healing centers.
Speaks
with the somatics, and I have to get me a tuning fork and learn how to use it, and the crystals too. Sugar Seas is good with that.
You got to put yourself in a deprivation chamber where it's more salt than water, and you actually float, and it consumes your capillaries to where you can actually breathe again. And most people would conceive it as you can't breathe because those capillaries are blocked. But when those capillaries are blocked, you got to understand they separate reality from non-reality. They separate us from them. And when we go back to our physical nature or our spiritual nature, then we'll actually understand what's going on.
Someone asked you a question, Frenchie. Look Within asked, are you on Spotify?
No. I'm only on YouTube, and I deleted my Instagram, even though I had thousands of followers, because I don't really believe in technology, and I don't care if my music gets out there. My resonance are only for the people that consume that certain frequency. So if you're not on my frequency, I tried it many years. There's nothing I could do for you. You know, you get all these hate comments and people that are like, why are you talking about this and talking about that? And then years later, just like even when I talk to my mom, she's like, yeah, this is going on. I said, I've been telling you for years. They're just starting to see it now. And it's sad because they're starting to see it at the beginning or the end of our society or generation that is literally starting to bend light. And if you could see that light through a fraction of that piece of glass, through a fraction of that stained glass that actually made sense because they switched colors or hues, and us as a human would understand.
I was laughing about tricky advertising.
Yeah, it's not even in the writing. All right, go on.
Speak, sister, speak. You got a lot going on in your mind. Speak, girl.
Oh, I listen a lot. I just forgot what I said. I was gonna say.
No, collect your thoughts. This is a collective consciousness. So collect your thoughts and spew them out. There's nothing wrong about what you think.
Oh, okay. I just remembered. Yeah, no, I just remember. I just forget my thoughts easy. I just remembered. Yeah, it can be so frustrating to have not other people kind of, do the thinking, see things like we see it. But isn't it meant to be? We're supposed to just have, because this is what I always hear. I like to say here. I don't know for sure. Isn't it meant to where we're supposed to have waves of people, waves of people that come along, So like this wave will be on this time frame of them becoming aware. Then you got the there goes Charles. See that it wasn't his time frame to be here at the second. I'm just kidding, So and then we have probably another group that come through. People, another, like waves of people. Isn't that in the writing? In the writing, notice I say in the writing.
Writing in stone, like
is it supposed to be? That's what I keep hearing.
Everything that's set in stone is what it's supposed to be, and everything that is set in stone is just what we believe. So it's up to you to conceive the good or the evil, the right or the wrong, and you are a critical thinker. So it is definitely okay for you to think like that. We are built in a design that interprets us through literally our own mind. Like, we have no idea what we're dealing with. And just like the last person, Lev, said, we are just a vessel. We are that. But do you think that ends there? And if you think that ends there, then how much more do you have to give than doubting yourself? And if you doubt yourself, then you are literally at the cost of the people that are controlling us.
I dropped one of Frenchie Cush's tracks in the chat.
I don't even know what track that is. I got so many tracks, brother.
Mic check.
I'm gonna start playing your music. Peace, Faceplant.
I have so much music, bro. I can give you music by making it up right now on the spot, on the topic that we're talking about. So if we're talking about what we're talking about, and we really don't want to rain for the people that's raining us on top of this drought, then we're just being consumed by the culture of the wetness in which we doubt. And it's pretty much a doubt upon a prison that we clout. See, we live in the age where canceling each other is our own rage because they don't believe in the caps that we believe in ourselves. Now, if you think in the caps, then that's actually breathing ourselves because I'm actually talking instead of giving you underlined speeches. And that's just what's felt through my own mind.
That was off the head?
Everything is off the head, brother. When I make music, I literally just lock myself in a corner.
Frenchie,
lock myself in this corner. I lock myself in this corner. I don't know if y'all can see it.
You can make money.
But I
advertising.
don't write anything. Everything is always off the head, bro, because if anything is pre-planned, then I believe it doesn't exist today. So if I wrote something yesterday, it doesn't matter because there's different situations going on today. So if I can't come off the top freely, then I don't really know what to make somebody else.
Hey, you see how there's planning and advertising jingles? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, advertising jingles like, if you've got nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea, like it's a good thing.
I could make those too.
I gotta go get me some heartburn and indigestion and diarrhea so I can get some that nice pink Pepto Bismol and do that. So it's advertising the fucking condition of eating bad food and stuff. So you hear the ad and you say, yeah, I gotta get me some of that. But first I gotta go get some diarrhea and indigestion. So like
Sounds like nausea.
Right.
Yeah, I want to put a verse on one of your tracks, Frenchie Kush. Or Frenchie.
I got it, more, baby.
I think I still have your number, man, stored in my memory in my phone.
Or if you do, hit me up, man. You already know we were supposed to put together a track, man.
I mean, you're not that far. You're a few states down.
Well, you know where I'm at.
Jersey.
Oh man, how you pinpoint me?
You told me.
Yeah, I'm in Jersey. I came from New York, but I'm in Jersey.
He gave away your location. Oh no.
Yeah, don't do that. Nah, it's Gucci.
Frenchie, do you mind me asking you? Not that it matters. I'm curious. If you don't mind, how old are you? I just like to know when people are aware the age groups, where their minds are.
I'm
37. Wow.
Yeah, and constantly growing. Like I feel like I'm younger than I am, but as most people do, age is just a number. Like I said, it's linear. You can start by walking on the concrete and running around your city, but you can literally end by the age of 40 of not walking at all and not running around your city.
Right. I'm just amazed that I know age is a number, but like the age of people that really have still a critical thinking, like I'm running into people that are in their 20s. They're even teenagers, teenagers. I have my son and his friends that will sit down and tell me things. And I'm like, most adults will be like, you're great. And I have teenagers. That's why I'm like, I like to get an idea of the age groups of people,
Age is literally
because it took me just like 6 years ago.
I've been in jobs where we try to help younger people, but all the younger crowd wants is it's mine, gimme. They don't want to work for this shit no more.
Entitled.
That's crazy.
It is. Okay, I got to spin on that. The kids, okay? The children that not all, I'm going to say a lot of them feel entitled, okay? Feel they don't have to work. They don't know that 9 to 5, what a way to make, that working scenario, right? I'm wondering, those are my thoughts. I'm wondering if they already came in this world, they were already born, something already was instilled in them, like work for a man, give them our money. No. We're pretty powerful. Like I'm wondering if they already knew we are powerful. We are creators. We don't need to work for another man and give him most of our whatever. I have a feeling something was already instilled in them and they came in here. Like, like in other words, like food you know, grow food. Bottled water, again, I have younger kids that are like, why are we buying water in bottles? Why are we paying for plastic, you know? Why are we going to this camp 5 days a week where they tell us what to think, feel, and do? Kids are already saying this. And
Yeah,
I'm
but you
talking
know
about
why?
6 and
Because
7-year-olds. So I'm
you know why though? Because they're chose to give in that they'd rather sink in their own ship, just like the captain should, instead of actually believing what they believe in. Now, most kids don't believe in shit because the media, the industry, it pushes a certain image on these kids, and an image which they all live with. I have a niece that's 10 years old, and she'd rather be on TikTok. And this is a funny story, is that she was grounded, right? Now, she's grounded for a week, which is what we try to do to our kids to make them see. But at the end of the week, my mom had contacted her, and she's like, "Well, you didn't use TikTok or me." No, I didn't do it. But guess what? She posted a fucking TikTok, so it's obvious that she did it. You know, we choose our own demise.
If I can share, Kimba, the energy that's behind most human beings right now is self-absorbed. Sorry, Kimba.
But what if they're not on? What if they're on devices? I'm on devices.
Let Lev talk. I like this guy. Talk, Lev.
Wow. It's Dominic. But anyway, thank you. Lev, Dom, they're just words. Kimba, right now, most human beings right now are self-absorbed. The energy that they actually present in the same environment with children is the me. That's the left-hand path, the Luciferian path. Most people are no longer in a tribe path, whether it's the them. Women usually lead a little bit that way because they're very intuitive. Most men are very hemispherical, very logic, hence reason and thinking. So at that point, then the human race is kind of split. So as long as a person has become aware how self-absorbed they are, they don't know how to be submissive. And I will continue in one lifespan, two lifespan, whatever amount of lifespan, but whether people value reincarnation or rebirth. So now, whether it's a gender game, which is again me, most people don't know how to actually give first, opposed to receiving all the time. So the younger generation are only mimicking. You know, we have words like rights. When does a fucking human race ever have rights? You go onto my plane, you have a privilege. You go onto my train, you have a privilege. You want to use my instrument, that's a privilege.
Facts.
So now, until people become aware of that, they're going to do many bonding, trauma bonding, bitch bonding, complaining about the governments. It's humans behind governments. Religion, it's humans behind it. Number one religion is commerce. It sells everything. Now, could there be principalities? Maybe. But most people aren't at that awareness yet to even think that there's other things behind the human race. But I overdone it, Kimba. You were asking more of a simplistic question about, why are the kids acting out or doing all of this? Because their parents are doing that. I'm chasing fucking more fiat currency so I can actually pay for this house that's over expensive or more rent and all that. So who's keeping each other in check? Those are staples. Food and shelter are staples. Those are needs. But most of us have forgotten, how do we steward the land? How do I read the signs in the skies so I can actually know how to plant seeds, how to feed the animals, how to show love to the animals? Most of us are caught up in jobs.
Have you ever listened to the artist Ren?
I can't say I have. What does he teach?
Ren is an artist, and he doesn't specifically fit in any genre, but he constantly reminds people. The last song he put out was Money Games, and if that's not indirect towards everybody, Money Games is what we all play. But I think everybody listening right now, whether it's 5, 10, 20 to 20 million, should listen to this guy Ren. And he actually speaks on the aspects of what we're talking about.
Money games.
Most people consume that in the music because music is supposed to be polarized. Music is supposed to be through a one individual's eyes, the industry's vision. But these guys and these artists are actually breaking the foundation of what music is supposed to be, because it's more of an art, like Mona Lisa, when you see that flower growing, you know, or Monet, when you see that flower growing and it's progressing, but it's still just a still image.
I think, Frenchie, when I hear that music, unless they're playing it in Baroque and all that, you can actually put the mind into a different resonance. Most of the music we play now are scratchy. I don't care what kind of music it is, unless you're going to play like Sanskrit or singing bowls and all that kind of stuff. And then the lyrics behind it, especially when you're speaking a meaningful language called English, it's not the money game, it's the energy game that he should be talking about. He sounds like he's still growing. All the power to him, but I get it. Lyrics are kind of like people doing Reiki energy work. Everything travels through the air. Most people just don't see prana and chi.
I challenge you.
Mm-hmm.
I challenge you to actually listen to that song, Money Dreams 3 from Ren. I challenge you to listen.
For what reason? Sorry, Frenchie. I'm not the kind of person that doesn't really get challenged. I just take it for whatever the information is, and if it comes to me,
take it as a growing aspect instead of.
But I will hear it. I will hear it. If you ask me to hear it, I will gladly hear it and listen from within. As far as music's concerned, unless you understand all the different musics in the world, you're only going to see it from a certain narrow vantage point.
Well, he
and
does.
Your body's. I'm not.
He
I'm talking to you right now.
Himself. He makes singing. He plays the piano. He plays the classical guitar. He plays the rock music. He's not categorized as one person.
That's right. And as you play the piano, you're actually doing a lot of hand gestures with your hands when you're touching it. There's a lot of things going on opposed to this. How you almost have to put your senses aside. Hence why when people say the word no sense, because even when you use your reason, you should be able to question reason and thinking, not outside, but inside.
Yeah.
The energies are being affected from within. We're immortal beings in a mortal form. Time actually exists from within, not from without.
Oh my God.
What we have going outside is actually aging process. It's the vessel, whether or not it's a parasite affecting it, but it doesn't affect us. It affects the vessel. This is where people start understanding the unknown opposed to the known. The known is the material realm. What's the unknown? The words that we use, how does it affect? How does it have side effect? We say words like cause and effect, but we actually are in the effect and side effect realm. And until a person becomes aware, I'm using the words to break. As I'm speaking, I'm breaking my peace, my silence.
Nah, you're doing a great job, brother.
I'm doing something.
Hey, Dominic, did you share what you wrote in the private chat?
I wrote it. I shared with you guys.
Share it.
Yeah. That information is out there, guys. We're not the first people. Books were written about a lot of this stuff. Most of us are caught up in the loop of suffering, not to resistance of pain, but attachments to our comforts and pleasures.
Dominic said, what is critical thinking in simple words? What is critical thinking? Student, academic, success. Critical thinking is a kind of thinking in which you question, analyze, interpret, evaluate, and make a judgment about what you read, hear, say, or write. The term critical comes from the Greek word kritikos, meaning able to judge or discern. What it means to be an intuitive one, having the ability to know or understand things without any proof or evidence, having or characterized by intuition. How does the subconscious mind operate? Your subconscious mind is your passive mind. It always awake because it regulates all of your bodily functions, and it records and stores your every experience, even when you're not consciously paying attention. The vessel ages, we do not.
Damn, that's deep. Go into that. Please go into that. Please provide more.
Well, people would have to meditate on that. Listen.
No, that was a good statement. That was a very good statement. That was a valid statement in a court of law.
Court of law. Commerce law?
Not that it means much, but you actually hold monetary gain on what you said. There's no money involved, but there's money involved because it enriches our mind. So please go into this further.
Well, there's a form of exchange. The money is, like, again, is this supposed to be an IOU? We're bartering with each other. We're bartering information now. Unfortunately, most people get caught up. The only reason why you hear terms like, it's none of my business. When did the human race make it about business? Be of service. That's all we have to say to one another. Be of service, regardless if it's for me or for others. Be of service. Then the person has to have to understand for themselves, what does it mean to be of service? Most of us have been underdeveloped with our feelings. Hence, that's the years between 7 and 14. That's why people get triggered with words. I'm like, okay, so then how do we categorize when somebody gets raped or mugged then? If you're being offended by words or thinking that words are going to make you happy. Person has to be aware of the sweet and sour of life. You have to be the person that's in that state of, it's silence, peace, hence peace be upon you. Be silence upon you. But you actually have to be not being able to move. It's not always about doing anything. Playing an instrument is doing. But what it does for you, does it trigger something? Does it inspire you? The word inspire, insight. You know, these are the words that are given to us in the English language, obviously. Would be probably better spoken, even though I don't know how to speak other languages outside of numbers and colors and Braille and all that other stuff. Actually, I can't say I do Braille. Wish I would learn how to do Braille. But again, in one lifespan, I'm not going to tap into the mind to learn all those different crafts. You know, this is why when people talk about 33-degree masons, thousands of degrees, and you're worrying about fucking 33 degrees.
What about 360 degrees? What was given by the not the Masons, but the Moors?
Okay, 360, 180, 270 degrees, 90 degrees. They all add up to number 9. What is number 9? The energy of number 9 is basically the spiritual meeting the material. Only number you can actually go ahead.
That's God.
Sure. I thought most people
spiritual meaning.
Yeah, spiritual and the material. Number 8 is the material number. Asians don't like number 4 because that's the energy for time. That's why it's not in the sequence sequence.
And then 10 goes back to completion.
1 and 0.
10.
Sacred geometry.
Yeah, because after 10, everything goes back to 1 again. And then it goes back to 2. And then it goes back to 2.
Actually, number 10 actually goes to number 1.
Yeah, 10 is like your first time starting over to count again.
No, that's why I said 10 is completion. 10 is both arms up. 11.
Mm-hmm.
After 10, it all goes back to 1.
Well, 11 goes to 2. Master number 11.
10 goes to 11, which is 1. And then it goes to 2, to 3, to 4, to 5, to 6, to 7, to 8, to 9. But then it all repeats with the 2 in front of it.
Again, French, we're just using another language. And that language actually will try as best as it can to describe the unknown. It's like when we use clock and watch and the sun and the moon. Those are gauges and signs. That's not time. But the guys here probably know that. But for most people, they get programmed because they don't actually use critical deduction. Forget about critical thinking for what's favorable, deduction, what it isn't. You know, I don't play the flat earth and globe game because I realize my senses, I know they can be misled. I don't see nothing here that's up there and vice versa. And I haven't got any.
I like you. I like you a lot.
Numbers are man-made. So it's time.
No, numbers are just for lineage. And the more that we look at numbers is the more that we can't count ourselves.
There is natural law involving numbers that you can't break.
Yeah, like the triangles, the isosceles, the trigonometry, which we all aim for.
And sacred geometry.
The do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do is 8. 8 is infinity completion, and all the music scales overlap.
The 9 and the 6, man and woman.
That's nature. That's the numbers of nature.
The yin yang.
Yeah, that's like the same tree of life evolves itself around the acorn the same way it does around the acorn tree.
Yeah, Fibonacci sequences are in nature.
Fibonacci. 369.
Man discovered what was in nature. Pythagoras didn't invent the theorem. He observed it in nature. Was he a guy?
I was going to say, it's funny that Pythagoras' theorem, which is theory, is the same theory that gravity exists.
Well, the theory, the 3, 4, 5 right triangle is a principle of nature that you can't break. that Pythagoras didn't invent it. He observed it in nature. If he was even a real guy.
Yeah, exactly. What's real and what's not?
Yeah, what the numbers represent is real. The principles in nature that you like, the Fibonacci sequences, like all okras have five lobes. All squashes have 10 lobes. Like they were designed that way, intelligently. It didn't happen by accident.
You're opening up the question now, what is real? You close your eyes, you don't see the number 9. You close your eyes, you don't see black. So what then you would have to define what is real. Are we talking about the program that we call real? I call it a story, but is it really real?
The living word is real. The creation.
Okay. So again, what is real? Is it the object that you see out there, as I'm using another word to describe it, or is it the words that you give to it, such as it's a sequoia tree? Each of those words and each of the...
You're a part of the nature that you observe.
Yes, but are you observing from without the words that you speak?
You're part of the creation.
I'm asking you to just observe from within. There's a lot of defense going on, and do you see the words that you speak? If you realize that you've been experiencing everything, both in the...
You're pushing back against my idea of an intelligent creator.
Everything is an idea. What he's doing is he's challenging you. He's not pushing back. He's just challenging you on your thought process.
That's right.
And I love this. I fucking love this. But
there's two different types of ideals. There's IDEA and IDELA. I don't push back on people unless they're attached to the ideal. I'm not pushing on you. I'm pushing on the ideal. So now when I say something, do you see the words? It's a person that if they quickly say something, I said, okay, now you're playing the defense and attack game with yourself. For me, I'm just making an observation. My observation outside is, so I've been experiencing words my whole life. Yes, you have. The literal experience is the material. I'm giving another word to describe it. You don't okay.
My thought is that the living word is the creation. It's a matrix of sound, and that's the word that's speaking to me. That what's in front of me is speaking to me, not in English words.
So what do you mean not in English words? Define that.
Yeah, if I'm looking at a tree, it's speaking to me. It's the living word that's telling me what's up.
So you mean it's like more than a word, it's a feeling that's giving you this aspiration to speak out on it.
It's sound. It's all sound.
You mean it's sound, poetry, or text? I know where the sound is.
Everything is sound. Everything is making a sound.
Yeah, but what do you instead of that psalm and the words that created you to think about this? What is your outlook on it? Abide and avoid from psalm. What is your outlook on it? If you could create your own psalm, what would you say?
I don't know.
Just give it freely. Don't think about it. Just spill it off the top. Because I know you have aspirations and you have thoughts, and I know you have this, brother. I just want to hear your intentions, not anybody else's under a psalm that somebody else wrote. Your intentions for life. Where's it supposed to be going?
Just what the nature tells you it's doing, like what the sun tells you it's doing. Like you plant the seed according to this, the
Johnny Appleseed. Then where it's supposed to be planted is where it goes. My mind is what I'm thinking is that I want to let go of all that psalms, preachers, teachers, preachers, leeches. I want to let go of all that. What do you believe?
I said a matrix of sound.
Yeah, but what do you believe?
Sound lights everything up.
Yeah, but what do you believe without anything else besides the matrix? Describe your own matrix. What do you believe? And it's not good or bad. It's just what you perceive. I'm curious.
Just that we're all part of nature. Everything is part of nature. Comes from nature.
What about being together with nature?
Yeah,
We are all a part of nature, obviously, because we consume. We consume. Go ahead, brother.
Got no choice. We're part of it.
We do have a choice, and that's the beautiful thing about being human is that we have a choice.
We have no choice of being part of it. We're part of it. That's it.
We do.
Can't get away from it.
We do. You ever seen somebody that's homeless and not living like you?
Whatever you do, you're
Yeah.
interacting with nature. Whatever you do.
Speak, Lev.
I see homeless people every day that aren't living like me. There's hundreds of them nowadays.
I'm you. You're me. I am he and I am she. But what could replace that with a better replenishing choice to actually live?
The nature does it itself. Like man is damages nature, but the nature always finds a way to heal itself.
Facts. That's a fact.
Like
That is a fact.
A lot of the nature I'm looking around at is damaged in some way.
We're all damaged. Can we fix it? Yeah, I think we can. But it's a fact to proposing ourselves that we're damaged, because we're not damaged. We're just figuring stuff out. We're just creating ideas. Everything is just an idea of how it's supposed to be.
Their idea of build back better. First they have to break it down before they build it back better.
Right, I agree with that.
Go ahead, sister.
They break it down and build it back better in the wrong way. And controllers, I mean. It's all by design.
Build, sister, build. I know you got so much on your mind. Say it.
Oh no, I'm listening right now, but yeah, us bouncing ideas off each other, things we could possibly do to make things better, you know, because like in my eyes, an ultimate grand scheme of things.
You know what that is,
we
right?
could bounce ideas and we could do that all together, but we, as I would say,
individuals,
as an individual, would have to start progressing our life, and then to me, it's other people.
Now, isn't that what
I'm new with the wordplay still.
Nah, you good. Isn't that what AI is today, though? The collective consciousness pulling itself together to pinpoint it on one literal placement, instead of we are literally everywhere. Collecting this consciousness together. There's no AI involved with what we're talking about. But isn't that the same as Chat GPT?
Everything is everything.
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
There's no AI without the I in the first place. We are the intelligence the AI is trying to imitate.
That I, like iPhone, which is just imitating human behavior.
Ooh. Like that. Yes. Okay, yeah.
That's all it is. Everybody's scared of AI, but at the end of the day, A is only I. A can't be told without the A being within an I. So within the Oculus, within the looking glass, we all just perceive ourselves when we talk about AI and technology. We perceive ourselves because maybe we didn't create it, or maybe we're not the greatest. But at the end of the day, we did create AI. We did as a collective consciousness, not just as a singular soul.
Yeah, it'll become what we feed it.
Yeah. Talk, sister, talk. I know you
Yeah.
got a lot to say. I can see
Yes,
you.
what we. Well, I don't. That's normally my look of light bulbs and things going off. You know, like dun dun dun.
Thomas
You know,
Edison.
like oh. Yeah.
So talk about that. Talk about how you feel about those light bulbs going off and those sparks inaugurating neurons that weren't sparked before, besides when you thought about this.
It does. Well,
You
now
almost
that you say
made
that,
it
that's
right?
crazy because it's a great feeling when that happens. When that happens, your brain, like for me, I feel it. Your brain is more massaged. It's more. Actually, for me in my head, it feels like something unlocking, like a
You have
little
more
intricate
endorphins.
lock,
The endorphins are
unlocking,
going.
safe, unlock.
Talk about that though. Get deeper into that conversation of what you believe that the thoughts are provoking. What did they have to do with provoking? How do they provoke your mind? You know, get loose on that, because that's the only way that we're ever going to build. And that's what technology has up or one up on all of us, is that we don't build together anymore. We build separate. So I want to hear your view on how that could actually better humanity, because I'm curious. Speak your mind. I know you got a lot to say. Don't hide it from us.
Okay. Okay.
Come on, Kimbo.
Yeah, I know. I never stop thinking. Just
Nah, she got a
talking.
lot to
Okay.
say.
She usually
This is
goes
how I
deep
see
all
it.
the time.
This is how I come to
Here she goes.
No,
Get
I
it.
do. I do. It's still early. I'm a little tired. I'm not even medicated, but I'm about to go into it right now. Okay.
Get
No
it.
excuses.
For
No
me, this is
excuses.
how
No,
I
I'm
get it.
joking.
For me, I Charles, leave me alone. For me, this is how I see it. Okay, this is my experience, so I'm going to speak from my personal experience because not everyone does the same.
Do you please
For
do.
me, a combination of talking to people to help expand my consciousness, I should say more, unlock codes or keys, puzzle pieces, whatever you want to call it in my head, along with also me healing. I'm also healing like a lot of trauma within me. And I'm talking about my whole life, which I know is very hard. Between that, recognizing what I am capable of, what I can do, and what I'm also learning along the way. I feel for me, as long as my light is active and I can be me, because I was on the path where I want to teach people and make people be aware and plant the seeds, as people say, plant seeds. But I was driving me crazy. So what I did is I learned to activate my lights more and become more of a creator. And I started becoming more in touch with my skills and my talents. And as I started to do that, I started to also realize that I had all that when I was a little kid. And what happened is outside forces and what I also allowed to manipulate my brain and my skills and my power, I let it take it from me. And now I'm getting back to what I was already capable of. And I'm talking about 6 and 7 years old. that young. I had to go that deep and go that young and realize what I was capable of then. Like the return to innocence, I like to say. And when I went back there, I was like, you were doing then what you are now picking up. But I had to heal a lot of trauma in order to get this back. And the more I keep doing it, I'm getting down, if you want to call it downloads. People say downloads, this, whatever word you want to put on it. I get stuff that comes in my brain more and more where I'm like, wow. And I literally jump up and complete it and make it happen. A lot of times, not all the time, okay?
Hard to turn
And I'm
Wu
like,
Tang, yeah.
like, da, 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 da. Honestly, I want to put a cape on sometimes and call myself Superwoman. I'm capable of that.
You sound like somebody that's actually doubting themselves. Meanwhile, you should be putting yourself above everything that is doubt, because you're only doubting yourself because you believe in what the next person told you or taught you. You're not uplifting yourself because life actually matters, instead of like most people, you take away AI or you put in AI and they'll take away the jobs. Well, what do the jobs do you besides money, which is an ideally idea that most people wouldn't even actually consume. They'll just say, I want this. But if we actually put ourselves to good, then we would see the progression. Instead, we deny ourselves that fact that is a part of living, which is putting your passion out there. If everybody did what they love to do, then we wouldn't need money, because money grows on trees. And what I mean when I say that is that fruits grow from the ground. We don't need the food that we consume. We only consume it because we're greedy. And greed is, above all, one of the 7 deadly sins, just as much as gluttony is. So we only perceive it because we're being hand fed. And when you're being spoon fed by somebody else, you have no choice but to believe what they say and consuming what they give. We're being spoon fed. We don't have our own ideas. Even though we might think, and I might think, that we have no vision on our future. If we consumed it more than we actually, I'm at a loss at words, but if we did it, if we consume the shit that we're given more than we consume the fact that we live in, then we're only stuck in our own minds and in our own prison.
The Pepto Bismol ad.
Go ahead, brother.
That's the thing. Consuming our, face plant. Consuming what we're good at. Consuming our skills, like you just said it, our talents, skills. If we consume it, you know what I mean? Or maybe not. Go buy it. Take action. Take action.
Yeah, but we trade it. We trade it for things that are pulled out of the ground. Whether it's a tree that performs paper in which we exist our monetary value upon, or it's literally just us growing out of the ground because we're all just seeds and we reap what we sow, then we would actually see what we are worth. But instead, we consume the vision of another because we're told.
I was saying that the ground and the nature, it's all conscious, and
In fact,
like if that's what I'm calling the living word. It's speaking to me, obviously not in English, right? And it's hard for Kimba to put her down, convert her downloads into English, because they don't come in English. It's like an instant download that you have to think about for hours or days to actually.
What is English though?
Before you forget about it.
What is English though? English is what we speak. English actually, and then legalese, and then slang. So we don't actually speak anything besides what we're taught. If we weren't taught this, we wouldn't speak this. And it's up to us to develop a change that we don't speak what is not being told anymore, but we actually speak what we want to and speaks others into involvement, into evolving.
Like,
Speak, sister.
our own, yeah, like our I want to say language, but God, I'm scared to say any word now, you know, because it's always picked apart. So you know what I mean? Our own
Lexicon.
Like
Our own
Faceplant said,
lexicon.
like Faceplant said, he was right. Downloads, but I can't put words on them.
You're only speaking the truth, and what you're making us do, at least me, I can speak for myself, is actually evolving, because I can see that another individual's intentions be greater than mine.
We all have this tool we use all the time called the theater of our mind. And we use it all the time. We don't realize it, but if we actually realize what we're doing, we can use that tool and realize it's a tool.
It's the design to money that we design to the point where we evolve to another's progression to what we decide to see in. And if you decide to see in, then your only growth is those numbers you will put in on your birth certificate and its nautical miles that we couldn't see in. So we're born in the ocean. We're not supposed to see any of this. You know what a birth certificate is? You know, when you're born in the ocean, you have no part of the land. But in other countries, when you're born in the land, you could pass that land down to your lineage. We can't pass our land down to anything. We live in America, or at least, you know, I think most of us on this feed live in America, where we're finally starting to see that it is evil. But we are only a piece of paper, a certificate in the stock exchange, that we can't even perceive the greater good that we can do. We're flawed, or we're floored, where we have no uprising or going up unless you choose to. The perfect example, these kids that are growing up. Now, my job tried to give so many kids a chance, and all they say is, I don't get paid to do this. And how do you exist in that if you're not trying to progress in your own mind? Talk, sister, speak, sister, speak.
Yeah,
I know you
supposed
see
to be
it.
the most advanced creature, but the only one that has to pay to live here.
Not today's world.
So the kid doesn't realize yet where the money comes from.
It's all a money game, you know. When you play a game, there's always a winner. Why can't everybody be a winner? But instead, we play this money game where nobody's a winner. Because if you win it, then you actually learn the progression of where we came from, the lineage.
I say let the controllers play musical chairs amongst themselves. I'm going to sit out the musical chairs.
So we need to create a whole new AI, where AI means I am. Instead of AI, it means I am, which we are the circuit board to this mother nature. And if we don't change the way we think, then how could we expect the next person to change it? Anyway, my phone's dying, guys, and I gotta plug my phone in and recharge it. So I hope all you kings and queens have the blessed of days, and hopefully, you know, I'm on another live talk again.
Good to meet you.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for coming up, Frenchie, man. Stay in touch.
Always a pleasure. Bless my brother, and bless everybody that's actually listening to this and has the ears to tune into this, because obviously we're all tuned into our own frequency, so we can't withstand the band of the measures in which we try to put out. But if we change one, we could change 1,000,000. Remember that.
X.
Have a good day. And I'm gonna be listening to the feed, but I can't adore it because my battery's dying. And that's technology. Here we go, right back to the forefront. That technology. Love y'all though, man. Blessings.
One love, man. Peace.
Peace to all kings and queens. Yeah.
Have a great day, bro. Hey, you're talking
Thank you,
about,
French. You have a good day.
You're talking about mushrooms
Appreciate your
the other day.
Peace, Sir Drop.
How's my mic?
Good.
You're talking about
can hear you.
mushrooms the other day. I have some plants in pots, and there's some little wee mushrooms in them, and they're real small, and they're kind of reddish brown with light speckles on the top. I don't know if they're magic mushrooms or not.
Do they have this? Okay, face plant. Are they the real skinny stem? Are they skinny stem?
Yeah.
Okay, it's a skinny stem. Okay, and describe the top. Describe the top of the mushroom.
About a half
color?
an inch in diameter, reddish brown with light colored spots on it, and fins underneath of the cap.
I think that might be them. It might, but you would want to double check it, you know, just in case. I'm not gonna guarantee it, but it sounds like them. And if so, send me some. Here, let me give you my address. No, I'm just kidding.
It's actually in I have a Tabasco pepper plant in a pot, and it's in there with the Tabasco pepper plant.
Nice. No, that was good stuff. Sorry.
But yeah, like I was saying, the nature actually is conscious, and some of the plants get used to living in a certain area.
Dominic's writing some stuff in the back in the chat that's really, really awesome. I screenshotted it all. He says, remember, idea is a noun that refers to a thought meant to be possible, course of action. Ideal is an adjective that means most suitable or perfect. It can also be a noun that refers to someone regarded as perfect.
Oh,
Dominic should be a teacher, man. Or
right?
I can't read that in there because it's all overlap.
Let's say you gotta apologize. Yeah, you could have said it out loud, Dominic. No, it's always good to hear. Yeah, okay. Don, you just have a very powerful, fast
hold
mind
your
with a lot of
thumb.
knowledge, Dominic, and that's good.
Hold on. Drop says to hold your thumb with your other hand until you feel a pulse. It releases anxiety. About to try that. I'm doing it too.
Oh, right. Not only anxiety, it helps your vagus nerve. Your vagus nerve. If you work on your vagus, I have to work on my vagus. Yeah. And it helps with arthritis. It helps stretch your fingers out, makes them long again when they've been all shriveled up from arthritis. Anxiety, okay. Everyone try it quick. Do you feel more calmer? It makes them feel good. You massage your fingers.
You ever get tinnitus? Try this. Make a sound like you can hear that, right?
Yeah, like a tuning fork. That's what it is, a tuning fork for it.
If you ever get tinnitus, try that. Make a sound like that with your fingers.
So did you watch that channel that was referred to you from Sugar Seas? Remember I sent you the link, Kimba?
Yeah. Yeah, I watched I watched a couple of videos. I watch a few different things, and then I basically go by what works for me. You know, I'm the type that takes tools, learn things, and then I use it to how it works for me. You know what I'm saying? So like I learned to ping this because a lot of people get blockages in the ears from the frequencies. You get blockages. And you only need really 1 hertz. This is the 528 hertz tuning fork.
Bang
It's
that
for the
thing.
heart center. You only really need 1 thing. If you ping this and put it, ping it and put it near your ears, it first of all helps the energy field clear out around you. Like it cleared out a whole bunch of weirdos around me. Yeah, with this thing, just if anything, the sound alone, they just think you're weird. Okay, so I've cleared people out, and it helps your body align again. Like if you have any kinks or any of that, so watch. I don't know if you heard that, but
musical instruments work for that too, like just having the vibration of the
it
guitar
helps clear the
against the body.
energy around you. Oh, you can put this on a guitar too, Face Pant. You can put it on wood, I found out. You put it on wood and ping it. I even tried that, and I was like, wow. Now that's powerful.
I mean, even when you're holding a guitar against your body and you hit the certain strings, you can feel a vibration, and
right.
Certain note is the right one that you can feel it.
And I wonder if that vibration of the guitar against you helps too. Yeah. Strumming, that'll be healing frequency. If you're holding a guitar and it's against your body, and you strum it.
the shape of the sound, it's amazing. The sound
heavy metal
has a shape. Like if you hit a drum, it makes a big egg shape about like 8 feet wide. Certain kind of drum. It makes a big egg shape all around you, the sound.
Yep. What you're saying, it makes an egg shape around you? Did you say around you?
Yeah, around the drum itself. Or the guitar.
Oh, the drum. Okay, that's what I thought you meant. The drum. I thought you meant you. Okay, the drum. Yeah.
And everything, like the room has a sound too. It has a frequency, and sometimes the drum will light up the wood in the staircase or whatever where you're playing it. Like there's a whole bunch of different sounds happening that you don't consciously hear. It's not just that one note that's going on, and it's lighting everything. It's lighting up the sound of everything around it too. Like everything has a sound that it's emitting at all times.
Let me tell you, when I just walk from one room to another in my own house, because I'm very sensitive to frequencies and energy, so I've always been able to read auras and intentions my whole life. If I just change one room to another, and it's probably anywhere I go, but even in my house, I feel that. I feel the different frequency in each one. Like, so when I walked in my back door the other day, I was out in my deck. I walked in my back door to come in, And when I walked in, some weird frequency hit me out of left field, and I had to run to the bathroom and actually throw up. And I was like, "Oh my, what was that?" So, you know. So each room,
there's one spot in my house where I always choke in one spot. Like if I'm drinking something and I'm in this one spot in the house, I always choke. It's like it goes down the wrong way. It's weird.
Have you ever tried to clear that area out or do any of that stuff?
I was thinking it's because it's where the sink used to be. I moved the sink and the vent stack and everything, and that's where it happens. Like I took a wall out downstairs in the house between the kitchen and the dining room, and I moved the sink.
Sure it's not. I was gonna say, you sure it's not just a bad smell?
Peace, Olsen Yummy.
I moved the sink, so maybe it's like a residual energy of the sink being there and the water and everything. But that's the spot I would always choke if I'm drinking something. Sometimes it would go down the wrong.
My bad. So my landlord was knocking.
Well, let me tell you, I had to actually.
No, go ahead. I was just saying, my fault. I had to walk away for a minute.
A pic.
There's a delay.
I had to actually remove.
What were you saying?
I don't want to.
No, I was saying there's a delay. No, there is a delay, I think. But go ahead, Kimba.
Oh, I had to actually remove a wooden frame picture in my house that was right here, in my sister's closet right here, that was carrying very bad energy in it. It was a wooden frame picture, and I didn't know what was going on in my house, but I was seeing shadows run, big ones. I had one almost knocking out, running out my door. I had everyone in my house acting so aggressively, like ready to tear each other apart. And I like sage a lot. I do incense. I walk around, close portals. I do all kinds of that stuff that a lot of people probably think is weird, but I do it. And when I finally removed that picture, there was something attached to that picture. And I got it out of my house. But that thing was affecting everyone in this house. It was really, really crazy. All being carried on a picture. So I had to find out from my family, where did we get this picture? Was it handed down? Because I thought it was handed down generation from generation. So here I am with my deep thinking. I want to find out where this picture came from, right? So I was like, did it come back a few generations? And I found out, no, it was just bought from a flea market when I lived in South Florida. And I was like, really? Well, I took that thing out in the yard and I was going to burn it, but I didn't yet. But I had to get it out of here. But that proved to me that's some bad energy attached to that picture. That thing was sitting right in this closet room the whole time. I even have my 8-year-old niece saying to me, Mommy, not mommy, aunts, because I'm her aunt. She kept saying, there is something in that closet. She wouldn't even sleep in this room, and it's her room. She's like, there is something in that closet. And I'm like, no, I dismissed it for a while. I was like, no. But when I started to see everyone's behavior and what was going on, I'm like, what has changed in the last year? And I was like, I have that picture. I removed it, gone, clear. And of course, besides going around and sage in my house and smudging it and all that, opening doors and windows, now it's gone. Yeah,
it can be
crazy.
stagnant energy in the house, like in attic areas that aren't vented in that. When you start opening up those attic areas with some ventilation, sometimes that stuff can clear out.
Clear out the basement or the attic, in which some would say, but more clear house.
Everything.
You know, it's more It's like
air flowing.
an
Get some air flowing.
omnipotent view.
Try to get air flowing all the way from the basement up all the way through the house, through that top attic.
Basement's like a grave.
You know, heat rises, so our aspect of frequency rises. Not just because we're dead, but just because heat rises.
I never seen no demon.
You never looked at me?
Ha 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 ha.
We all are. We all are until we decide not to be. That's like saying somebody should be a saint from the beginning of their day to actually ascend to what's called heaven. Now, I don't think that. I think person or humans are we are indifferent to change. Like, we are literally constantly changing, and there's nothing that makes us evil or good. It just depends on where we're headed.
Like an actor takes on a demon energy when he's playing a role on stage.
Aren't we all actors? We're literally all actors with our own role. But until we can actually consume the fact that we're all together, we're never going to notice that role that we're playing, because we're just living off the next person.
I like that. And on where we're heading. Like,
No, because it's actually the road to putting things together and collecting. That's what it's all about, right?
Yeah.
If you don't have a choice, then you shouldn't be living. But the fact that we all have a choice, in which, going back to technology has a choice. Even AI has a choice whether to respond to this incident or respond to that incident. We all have a choice in life. So we are AI. We are the vision that we're creating. If we all hate technology, that only means we hate ourselves. Should we? Should we hate ourselves more than our creation? No, we shouldn't.
No way.
We're all subject to change.
Yep.
Speak, brother. I know you got a lot on your mind. Speak, brother. Where you at, Lev?
Dominic? He's been quiet.
Nah, he's been quiet because he's eager to speak, but he doesn't speak when he might bite his own tongue. And I understand that, and I totally congratulate that.
No, I am
He's
speaking.
thinking. He's thinking
I'm
before.
I'm texting. I'm speaking still.
Speak, brother. Speak, brother.
True. Or oral speech actually has more. It engages more. Receivers in the body than the written work does. But yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do have many. I heard you say earlier. We have many words with the word act in it, and we are in the illusion play. And how many scripts do we have? But for most people, back onto choices, most people just don't know. They don't present themselves to all the variations of choices that could be of service to them.
That's a fact.
And plus, a lot of people don't like. They constrict themselves by saying, "Devil's in the details." Well, fuck, I love details, so I guess I'm working with the devil.
Yeah, the devil wears Prada.
Yeah.
It's all in the detail, and we know Prada is all about detail.
I heard earlier, because I was obviously downstairs, Charles, I'm actually not a teacher. I'm a student. And when I speak out loud or I type, I'm actually the observer of what I'm actually putting out. So that benefits me. Other people, if it resonates with them and they could do something with it, hey, all the power to them. Outside of that, and I hear Kemba, it sounds like you're in the healing mode. Go ahead.
When you said that, it sparked a memory. And I said that before, and you said the same thing, but I forgot my thought. Oh, it's funny when people say that Satan is the bearer of light in music, right? And then it makes me laugh because in churches all they do is play music.
Yeah, but for the good or for the bad, for the benefit or for the disbenefit of nature, churches used to be good. I mean, when the harmonious frequency was coming out of that piano or that man,
Yeah, but they say Satan is the creator of music. He controls it all. So, then I guess Satan could do good too.
you know why though, right? Because Satan was opposed against the so-called God, right? So the only way
Yeah.
he can get rid of that competition was to lower him, and he lowered him to our level. So we built our own hell. But
Yeah.
should we praise the person? No, because that person above must be so lonely because they forsaked and forbidded him from being in the kingdom. So should we all stoop down to that level? Or did
Satan is, I just want to say, you said, Satan is the bearer of light, and he is the king of material, and lower light materializes. And we're Satan and the lowest. So I think most of that stuff, like Jesus and Satan and all that, yeah, it's a story and all, but I think it has to do with light too. Jesus.
He's called the Prince of the Air, where all these Wi-Fi shit's going through.
Yeah.
It's his age now, and people forget there's a bright light between the two trees, and Satan. That's the reason why there's many words like Lord and Lord God. They're the rulers here. They're not the owners. So a lot of human beings have forgotten. They've become so fucking disobedient. You're in their kingdom. Show some respect. Instead of actually throwing shit like I don't like you, this and that, I said, who gave us all the language? This is kind of like the story of Job. Who gave you the language? Who put those two flashlights up in the sky? What purpose the clouds actually have? Again, that's man-made and making stories and putting God in his image, let alone would we have a tough time if we found out the gods don't even fucking give a shit about the human affairs?
Yeah, but what do you perceive as a god or the gods?
Well, there is creation language and formation language we both don't have. So something that can create something opposed to something that can form things. We form things. We don't create anything.
I think we do. I think we create most. I think
I'm Satan and God.
I think our creation would be what is the topic of discussion is technology. Did humans not create technology, or did technology create humans?
Do we create the vessels, or are we just reproducing them? Let's start. Let's go more to the foundation. So go ahead.
It all came from nature. Everything.
Nature's wild and untamed, and it has laws around it. Actually, if you look at nature, everything's round. What men create is all angles. So it's two different kinds of story going on. One's a formation, the other one's actually creation. We can duplicate it in some way, but we actually didn't make it or create it. We're reproducing it.
We're just duplicating ourselves then.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, we are.
Because creation starts with a idea, which is a thinkable mind, and we created that idea out of nowhere, out of thin air.
Well, as we're using a language to describe it, sure, I'll even go with that. We would have to go to a point where we don't even use language anymore. But I get it. We're going to use the word describe to describe these things. It goes back to once you question all things, are you going to become aware of the essence to things? This is the unknown versus the known. This is the yin and yang. This is the feminine and masculine. This is the positive and negative. In this case, negative and positive. Everybody's caught up in the positive. Well, then how does a car work without those polarities of negative and positive, let alone grounding?
Right.
As above, so below. What's in the middle? The earth. Is there polarities above us? Yes. Is there polarities below us? Yes. But I guess we play this little game. We see these two objects in the sky, call it sun, horse, call it whatever the fuck we want to call it. We didn't create those things. This is where a person has to humble their fucking ego that's been programmed from the time it jumped into that vessel. Everything's a program. I'm using it right now as I speak. How I use reasoning or thinking or feeling is a program. This is what esoteric understand. The first 7 years of the physical development. When did we get the fucking idea that we should be drinking milk after the 7th year? Are we supposed to be drinking cow's milk? Probably not. Now, this is me talking.
Hell no.
No, but this is where we're at. But again, we think we can, change this system opposed to just observe it for what it is. Because this has been going on for who knows how long, whether we want to put any timeline to it. You know, whether it's 1,000 years, 4,000 years, we can talk about Babylon, you could talk about fucking Kemp, you could talk about Egypt, you could talk about whatever fucking previous age. How does it serve now? We could talk about modern philosophy opposed to ancient philosophy. You know, how does it serve? And why did it serve then, let alone serve now? Sorry, I went on. Sorry, Charles.
No, that's all right. People think technology was given to us by aliens, and that's hilarious. They don't even think for a second. If we created technology now, our ancestors already had created technology. All this comes from the ancestors already done this.
Okay, but that information could have been given. I could give any scientist all the elements and elements that haven't even come onto the tables yet, put them on a stranded island. Would they ever be able to make steel or plastic, let alone understand how the board of a cell phone works, let alone all the frequency that actually goes from one? Go ahead.
Somebody figured it out.
Yeah, but think about the word value in that. Ancestors. So we stand above because we think we're greater. So ancestors only means a past means, which doesn't even value to today's world and society. Our ancestors, like you could say, well, it wasn't like this yesterday, or you know, ancestors is only a means to escape. If we can't evolve by our own being, then our ancestors don't mean anything to us.
They've been transforming this guys with chemtrails for the next species. So now our ancestors at least understood about farming and all that because they know their needs. Everything's already provided. What is our lacks, our wants? What is the crafts we need to know to actually farming and all that? We actually treat ourselves like as though we're the aliens here. The mass is still asleep and they will fucking constantly be asleep. We'll listen to governments, corporations and all that kind of stuff because most of us have forgotten how to be a sovereign being. Now, they use words such as, we're here to represent the people. They're not talking about us. That just means nobles to them. We're actually of no concern to them because we're so asleep. And when they actually did, we'll call it pandemic. Pandemic in Greek means all people. They were talking to all the people. Yeah, it is a scamdemic from our point of view. From their point of view, but from their point of view, Charles, is business as usual. They wanted to know the pulse of humanity. Most human beings will put on a mask, not understand how the nose actually is a filtering system for disease, but not the mouth. But they put them together. And most people say, well, I'll take the whatever, jab or whatever, but they're not going to understand what is a virus. How does it work? How does the immune system work? This information's all out there. Now, whether or not people accumulate all that stuff, are they going to be able to comprehend it, piece it together, and say, oh, I can't do nothing about this, but at least I'm observed of all of this, and I'm not going to be made a fool when I actually find out I've been taken advantage of from the time I was born.
So what's your perspective on a virus? Let me know. A virus, like a parasitic mind. What's your perspective on who is and who's not?
Well, there's many viruses. There's ones that affect the body. You know, this is why people call it like a parasite and all that.
AIDS is a virus, right? Could be, AIDS, if that even exists.
I think they made that up. No, they did it with the other one, but go ahead. Cancer cells.
Yeah, we can't say the V word, man. I want to keep this video up.
I know. No, that's exactly. I know how to tip you to. Again, this is us playing by their rules. So a cancer cell, how does it get activated? Does it get activated because it's always there, but most people treat it as a bad thing? No, it's trying to tell you that your body needs to go in some sort of fast mode and do some detoxing. But is it solely based on what you eat, or is it where our surroundings, the noise that we're around, the frequency of noise? Then you got to factor in blood type, fucking birth order. You got to figure out if you were the firstborn, secondborn. They all play a major role. You know, and this is where we have to use all the modalities, science, philosophy, biology. You got to use all of those things and then find out how, know thyself. How does it affect my vessel that I'm in? Now, back to what I think French was saying. Usually the best way to respond to a question is, what do you think a virus is? And please share.
Parasite.
It could be.
That word disease, someone said, I don't know. There's something I wanted to say on something you said, Dominic. Lost my thought. Oh, well, go ahead, Kimba.
I was gonna say, okay, so parasite, meaning if, you know, let's say, well, most of us, let me say, a lot of us have parasites in our body. This is what I would like to know, because I get conflict. So this is what I would like to know. Let's say we were parasitic. We had parasites in our body, like to what we consume,
We
the
do.
air, the water, whatever. Okay, we have parasites in our body. Would we, would we be able to control how those parasites affected us by raising our vibration or our own frequencies?
Probably get rid of them that way.
To control, like, you know what I mean? Well, besides getting rid of them, because a lot of people, when I noticed from my experience from when I end, a lot of people don't even want to believe it's in them because they're like, and it's like, no, they are, but whatever, you know. And so if a lot of people don't even believe or want to get rid of them, we, with our frequencies and, again, the words, whatever, you know, do you think we would be able to combat them to where they couldn't affect us or control us or harm us? Or do you think we would have to actually kill all of them?
I think what happens, Kimba, is we're supposed to steward our vessel no different than nature. When people talk about GMO, they're stripping a lot of natural things that have to harvest on it. There has to be a balance that works the same with the body. The parasites have to be balanced. Same with the alkaline acidity. There's a balance. Once you have balance, then you can have chi, harmony. Most people think you're supposed to get rid of it all. I said, it doesn't work that way. You're going to put your body in disease mode, and then eventually your white cells and red cells aren't going to handle it. And then some people are going to get cancer. And of course, we live in a very privileged time, not all people in the world, but quite a few of us, that basically we're going to take in refined sugar and all that. And then we'll bitch and complain about other people that are doing our fucking job.
Yeah. It was something. Oh, yeah. I remember what I was going to say, Dominic. You were talking about, you know, Mother Earth and the ancestors. The way people got, you know, distracted with material. People rather chase money than you know, make a change to better us and Mother Earth. People have excuses, and I'm too busy. I got bills to pay, right? Mm-hmm. So yeah. You know, people are so far asleep.
We're chasing our comforts more than we are chasing money. Money is just the end goal. It's like when my buddy said to me, Dominic, I need money. I said, whoever told you that's a fucking idiot. You need maybe the money you can buy. You might be able to get some of your needs and
wants. He wants money. He don't need it. He wants it.
Well, whether they need it or lack it, I'm just saying it's what you can do with it. So money can get you bling bling. It can get you your food. Now, but you have to condition everybody to play the game. Step outside of that conditioning and say, well, then why don't we go back to what it really is? The elites do not play with money. And I'm talking about the elites. They think it's dirty. That's for the peasants. That's us. They don't play with it. They just, that's why they do NAFTA and they do all these different things. They don't play with it. So, but for us, we play with it. So for them to shift it is for their benefit, because our naivety is their bliss. It's when a person understands it's not about fighting them, because it's our own people enforcing it, whether it's a police officer, a scientist, that's us. Now, there is other people that are breakaway and they say, well, I'm going to take advantage of the human race. Well, fuck, we do it to ourselves.
Right.
We always take advantage of each other. People that go around.
Right.
Yeah, don't understand what land is. They're landlords. They understand what it means to be a lord of land. Now, if you're a Freemason, you can have allodial titles. You can have, so you don't have to pay tribute. Yeah, but what do you mean they don't pay property tax? And I'll change the word. It means tribute. It makes the Dow Jones look really small when people understand how these elite generational wealth play the game. And we go right into it. We've done it now. We're playing around with their technology. Now, I don't know if it's the middle pyramid, like the Rothschilds and all that, or there's something above all of that. But then that still opens up Pondery. So then how do things come to be? Because most people don't even know how the fuck all the clouds come to be, let alone people that can do cloud busting, or they can actually literally move water with their energy. Not everybody can do that kind of stuff. I can't say I do, but I know enough to go inwards and say that's that particular's gifts or curse, whatever we want to use to describe it.
I seen a video, Dominic. I don't know if it was real,
Capable, yeah.
but the guy used some technology. He was at the ocean on shore. He pointed it to the water and it started to part it a little bit. I don't know if that was a real video or if that's real technology. He said they use it on these crafts and they fly them into the ocean water. They could part it right before they go. Right before, you know, it happens that quick to where they could fly these crafts underwater, parts it. Strong possibility.
Well, then you have to ponder it, and hopefully you can talk to a person. It's like people that can move rocks. Like I play with my drones. I'm like, who the fuck gave us this technology? And at the same time, it's probably doing a lot of grid pattern recognition, no different when they did Uber. They're actually getting us to do their future work. That's all that is. And it doesn't, again, it's one of those things. If we could be like a fly on the wall and just observe it, opposed to figuring, well, it's affecting me. Everything affects me. It's once you can really be in that state of, you know, neutral. I know it's challenging because I'm still in the human form, but I have to be honest with myself. I've abused my body, and I still do. How I sleep, the dopamine rush I get from all this stuff I play with. Go ahead.
Explain to me, you know, people say when we leave the human form, we'll be even, you know, more enlightened and smarter. How can that be if we're that same being? We're just in the flesh. You know what I mean? Like a vehicle, like we're getting in a car. I was thinking about that. Like, why can't we obtain our utmost potential now? You know, why do we have to wait until we exit this vehicle?
Well, that is a good game of imagination. It's like talking to a Christian. You know, I'm going to heaven. I said, so are we talking about the clouds? And what body are you going to be in? Are you going to be when you're 80 years old, 60 years old?
Right.
For me, I'm just entertaining ideals. Charles, you know, like it's like a Muslim. I said, oh, a Muslim. Why is it always the woman actually always get beat up? Oh, you'll get 7 virgins. Why doesn't it? It's because it's man-made scriptures. Now, whether or not
so you could beat them again, right? You'll get 7 of them, so you could beat us.
There you go. I'm pretty sure the women aren't going to really think too highly of that. Sorry, Kimber. I know you're here, but I'm pretty sure I'm not here to represent the women. They could do quite well on their own. You know, but again, it's one of those things. We tell stories to each other. It goes back to, in 100 years, people are going to say, can you believe they spent all that energy on fucking NASA? Never a straight answer about whether or not the earth is fucking flat or fucking globe. That's half full, half empty glass. You know,
that's
but I
an
get
illusion, NASA.
Yeah.
They're
Now,
magicians.
what happened if we do find out there's a place called Atlanta or Germanica? There's different islands. Well, that would explain the terminology, nothing new under the sun. But what about beyond the sun?
Right.
You know, and all these. Then we might find out maybe we're the aliens that have been here. Well, fuck, we've been treated like we're aliens here.
Yeah. This place was founded. It was already here.
Never know.
That's why they say founded in 1720.
Yeah. And if we're not earth-dwelling creatures and we were sea-dwelling creatures, would we call it the sea opposed to the earth?
Right. Right.
You know, it's like when people always talk, you know, oh, we're going to destroy the world. No, we're going to destroy where we shit and piss. The earth is quite well with or without us. Nature is going to handle it with or without us, but we're harming ourselves. We decide to go where the best waterways are. Maybe not us per se, Charles. We only inherited what few past generations have or haven't done. You know,
the earth will just consume us when we die and everything left behind and keep going without us. Like even trees, you notice you could dump all these chemicals, and for the most part, trees will grow around it, through it. It almost filters the chemicals out or something. Trees just seem to grow through anything, man. Like it's crazy when you pollute stuff, the trees will still grow. I'd be like, damn, we got to eat more of them trees or something. You know,
they grow out around them. You notice that, Charles?
Or through it.
Hey,
yeah, plants are remarkable.
Where my sister used to live, there's this big old cottonwood tree in the back corner of the yard, and my brother-in-law had some old car parts, like there's an old transmission and like a torque converter or something out back there, growing up, and grass growing around it. And then this cherry tree, this little Nanking cherry tree, they're small sour cherries, but they're really good. it started growing right up there where the transmission fluid was spilt and everything under the shade of that other tree.
See, oh, that's amazing, right? There's got to be a chemical something in there that helps it.
And that's in Canada. It's cold here, and shit. You know, cherry trees don't normally grow too good here. And it was just
Wonder what happened to Frenchy Kush.
I don't know
disappeared.
where the seed came from, but it's like the cherry tree's going, oh, there's some poison. I can go and clean that up and grow there out of that shit.
Okay, so Don Juan DeMarco, let me ask you that. So you don't believe we get downloads? Is that what you're saying? Are you saying that you don't believe we get these ideas?
Oh, the downloads are real. I mean, that can't.
I believe it only because of my personal experience, you know.
Yeah.
But again, it depends on the word you use, you know. Like if it comes to you, it could be an idea. It could be but like for me, the way I get it comes in really fast, like a computer downloading. See, that's how it comes in for me.
Yeah, it can't be.
It's not like, oh, I might do this. I get like, I call it my mad scientist mode. All of a sudden, I get like all this information. I'm like, woo, take it all in.
It's pure.
And then when I go somewhere,
it's pure, right?
I make it all happen. All that.
It's pure.
Yeah.
There's no word.
It's like,
and it's pure, so you know it's real. It can't be. If it's not real, where did it come from? Right?
I think when I hear you,
it can't not be
and
real.
can we be getting in touch with our Akashic records or whatever that is? The Akashic record.
Yeah, everything's out there. All the information's out there. It's going through us at all times.
Yeah, I want to thank Frenchy Kush for coming up. Who else came up?
It's a sound, right? It's a type of sound.
Yeah.
Sound. I think sound
Frenchy,
can move stones. What's up, Christos? Peace. I think.
Crystal. I mean, Crystal. I was gonna say there's Crystal. You said stones. I was gonna say there's Crystal. Sorry, Christos. Christos.
If I can share, Kimba, for some people, they have to believe. Other people, once they've experienced it, they know. Because women usually are more, because they got their childbearing and usually activated, they're more intuitive. Downloads usually come from the midbrain. Unfortunately, for a lot of guys, they're very hemispherical. So they'll be very logical and very scribey-like. So a person that's receptive will realize, I can only believe it for now, but once I actually experience it or hear somebody else, now I know. Doesn't mean they're not going to have discernment. So a lot of women, even men that are like kind of wizards, they'll have downloads. They could become inspired. They actually channel. That's usually one of the results. This is why in the Bible, a lot of the ones that actually wrote that stuff, they were downloading information. They were writing it down. They were inspired, but the masses still didn't get it. That's why there were so many different channelers, prophets. Again, you have to decipher the information. You know, that's why a person like Jesus and Socrates never wrote.
Oh, Busan, are you cheating? You feel like you're cheating? Okay. That makes sense, Dom. That makes
really
a lot of
bugs me is how was pi calculated?
Apple or lemon?
And can it be expressed as a fraction? Like 0.333 repeating is 1/3, but 1/3 is more accurate than the repeating decimal. So, and how did they, like pi 3.14 blah blah blah. How did was that calculated?
314 pi.
That really
Dominic knows.
I don't know, but nobody related to me. That's for sure. I don't understand the pi thing. That was a good question.
Me neither.
The whole pie.
Like
I hated
I know
math.
nothing about,
I'm okay with E
but I
equals
eat
MC
pie.
squared because I know it's nonsense. I don't have to look into it.
True, but we do say the word. It's nonsense. It's not about the senses. The senses, all five of them could be misled. It's beyond the senses. Whether it's you're reasoning it, some people used to do mind-altering drugs, and they would actually learn
Hell
the
yeah.
and then they would actually get that extra, it's kind of like map arting. Your mind starts mapping all this stuff, but you still have to learn the craft. So a person would have to learn how to do numbers plus math, in this case, numbers and symbology through letters or whatever, and then it starts piecing it together. That's all we are. We're in the script. It's being downloaded to us. This is why I was saying earlier, we don't create anything. But now somebody could challenge it. Hopefully they challenge themselves. What do they have the honestly say we create? It just shows up. Like a car just shows up. How did it show up? We're making it, but who gave us the idea, let alone the language we use to describe all the different parts, such as tires, rubber, plastic? That's the alchemy of language now.
But pie exists in nature because it's the what you get when you multiply the diameter by pi, you get the circumference. So you can figure out areas of circles and volumes of spheres and stuff, which I don't know how to do.
Okay, so at that point, then we're talking about we use a language, in this case, numbers, to gauge nature. It's not the same. Nature is nature.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah. Well, you get it. Tribal people would do it in a different way. They wouldn't actually use numbers to describe things, in this case, nature. They would probably look at it from the spiritual part. This is why when they're young kids in certain tribes would be taught to do elusive mind-altering drugs, because they want to find out what gift they have. And someone says, yeah, I can see through a hawk's eye.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, everybody has their own gifts. Confucius talks about it. The first 13 years should be with their parents to find out what gifts in that child's been bestowed upon them, and then bring it out, educate them. We go into a schooling system. The one that we're right now is an old 200-year-old British system to be better slaves or better workers, whatever word you want to use.
Cookie cutter type production of.
Yeah. It's like I tell my buddies, I say, you go to university to become a doctor and lawyer. What does that serve to humanity? That means we don't know how to take care of ourselves and deal with our own affairs. So that's what that means when we have that many doctors and lawyers in the world, let alone judges, commerce. But hey, it's part of the experience. Some people aren't going to like it. Some people are going to like it. But that just reveals they've done the judgment of their likes and dislikes.
You don't have to like it.
Well, even if you do, you got to be fair. You got to bring the sweet with the sour. You got to bring the feminine with the masculine. You got to bring the yin with the yang. You can't separate them. Then you're only going to have the equation.
Well, I can't find a lot on pi, but eventually, apparently, it means a lot of things. So I don't know, but it's always refers back to the symbol and math and stuff. So and whatever.
Like I sense that we're missing something about it. Like something's being hidden. You have to rely on a calculator if you want to use it.
Hold on.
It's like some kind of hidden simple knowledge,
Babylonians, Egyptians, maybe.
principle.
I don't know. The ratio
like, about the ancient buildings, how they understood the nature, the geometry of nature. So you have to attach the mathematics to the geometry, whereas if you can just take 3 sticks the same length and make your right triangle like that and not even think
they
about
show it as a symbol. Yeah, they just show it as a symbol, like back in the Babylonian and Egyptian days. They even showed it as a symbol, the pi symbol, but nothing deep like I'm looking for. Nothing that sticks.
There's some simple principles of nature that are hidden from us, that are that were used to make those crazy old buildings, and the technology that's hidden.
Oh, listen to this. Pi points to infinity, illustrating the transcendence and immanence of spirit. Another thing to consider is that pi is incorporated into our day-to-day lives. Really?
Huh.
It's a spiritual system. In other spiritual systems, pi is less of a problem. Wow. Oh. Glimpse at the divine. And they turned it into a math signal or whatever. I don't know. Okay. No, that's on God's prophetic calendar. I don't know. All kinds of stuff.
I'm going to jump off of here in like 20 minutes. I'm gonna end the stream at like 20 more minutes.
So it like
I started early today.
If we had a simple design for a house, say, and you could get to a point where you could just build it without a tape measure or anything. You just do it automatically, because that's how it's been always been done, and it works, and you don't have to think about it. You just do it. Like an ant or a bees make honey, their honeycomb or whatever.
Right. Oh, I like all the comments, Don Juan. I like your name too.
Thank you, Dominic.
Don Juan DeMarco.
Dominic, thank you for coming up and sharing everything.
Yeah.
And thanks, Frenchie, and I'm trying to think who else is up here.
Lev.
Who?
Lev. Remember Lev?
Oh,
Lev.
yeah.
I can't say his whole name. Lev LaBouffe, or I can't say his name.
I'm not ending it yet. But Dominic and Faceplant jumped out. I said 20 minutes. It's all right. If they have stuff to do. Yeah, everyone should check. I dropped the link in the chat for Frenchie Cush's music, man. Everyone should check that out. He has fire music. I was shocked when he came in the chat because I haven't seen him drop anything. He like fell off, like not fell off, but he like disappeared, took a break, fell back. But
He's
yeah,
got a lot of knowledge. Yeah.
Yeah, he does.
Too.
Very intelligent. I'm glad he came up, and I can't wait for him to drop his album. I want to get on one of those tracks, but I have to figure out a way to send him a verse. Maybe I could just text it.
Yeah. Okay, that guy's name up here is Lev. That's right. His name is Lev Kung Fu. Thank you, Jack.
There you go. Lev Kung Fu, yes.
Yeah, he's got the first long name, Lev something Kung Fu. That's right.
Lev Kung Fu Shaolin. Right? Didn't it say Shaolin on it? If I'm not mistaken.
Something like that. Yeah, something like that. That's why I just say Lev. I make it easy. Lev. Yeah. There you go, Lev. So what are you gonna do, Charles? You're gonna go eat, do some things. Relax.
Yeah. I'll probably I gotta do a few things. And
what time is it? Oh, 12:18. It's still early.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go into town for a minute. I'm gonna go check out. Oh, that's where I'm gonna take my dogs to the park. Yay! Woo-hoo. Yeah, yeah. That's what I'm gonna do. Okay. All right. It was good seeing everybody. So is that it for the day, Charles?
Yeah, this was a fire build.
Are you gonna go live again later?
Maybe.
Wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, I had to say, don't say the V word, 'cause I wanted to keep this live up because so much stuff that was said, man, it was powerful. For people should watch it.
Yes. Exactly.
And it was good to see Dominic come up because he don't come up too often, and when he does, he says a lot of stuff that I go back and listen to. I'm gonna listen to this again because Dominic says stuff that I like to dwell on it for a little while. Damn, when you hit that microphone, it's like the hell was that?
That was my computer, my microphone.
Damn microphones, man, blow your eardrums out. Yeah, the last couple of days have been some powerful streams. Peace to Soama. Everyone should check Soama's channel out. She drops 2 videos every day. She's very consistent. Kimba Slice. I wanted you to use that tuning fork. I wanted to hear it. I wanted you to hit it in different spots and see what it sounds like. Bing. I don't hear nothing. You're muted. Maybe you're muted by the computer or something. There you go.
Yeah. I gotta put my microphone back in. Okay, here, we'll make it louder. Let's see. Hopefully it's not too loud.
That could fix your frequency.
That's what I'm saying. You know, this works very well for people who have like a nervous, like if you feel like your nervous system may be crashing a little from, you know, trauma through your life, or the frequencies, you get pressure on your head, your neck, any of that. This is what I do. I actually ping it and you put it by your ears. So like this ear, my right ear, is the worst. It gets locked up, even numb down here. So you ping it and go, put it near your ear. Clears that energy out, and then it even cracks you and it aligns you more, and then you're more calm. So yeah, or if you want to do the other ear. See?
That one wasn't long.
I know. The microphone's over here, but I walk around my house with this thing. They're not. I might even, if I get one soon, I might even send you one, Charles, because these things are not expensive. They're really
You seen the one that Sugar Seas has? It has some round thing on it. She uses it with the stones. It's awesome. She has videos on it.
I know. I gotta watch more of them. I got like 20 things I'm trying to do at once.
Don Juan DeMarco asks, where can I buy one?
Amazon, China. Now you can go on any website and get them. Look up tuning forks, but they're on Amazon. And let me tell you, there's different frequencies, right? These tuning forks have different frequencies because each frequency does something. So you have like 528, 639. I don't know all the frequencies, okay? But I found out that if you just get one main one, it's called the 528. It's for your heart chakra. This is the main one. This will help you overall. Because I was about to get a set that had like 6 to 7 of them, but they get pricey. So I found out just get one, and one works. And I even, you know what I do? I even go outside before I paint around my house. And when I want, you know, the energy cleared out, I just go around my house and I go, and I ping that little sucker. And whoever or whatever energy is incoming and I feel it, it disperses. It's gone. That's what I'm saying. Things are magical. These were not carved in on things in the past for no reason. Right. Okay. All right, so Charles, I guess I'm gonna head on out because I'm gonna make me something to eat. I'll make me salad. I'm starving.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump out of here too.
Okay. Right.
Don Juan DeMarco said I looked up Casey. You too. Thanks for coming up, Kimba.
All right, you too, Charles. Everyone in chat, blessings, much love, have a good day. See you. Peace.
Yes. Peace and one love to everyone in the chat. Appreciate everyone. Appreciate everyone who participated on the panel. And I might go live later to catch the people who are up in the evening time. And yeah, I appreciate everyone. I advise people to watch this again. And I'm out. Starving. Peace.